So when I moved to New York, I think like maybe not the first year I was there, but maybe the second. It was early on. I was like, oh, I hear this like huge St. Patrick's Day celebrations, and people looked at me with this like look of like you weren't there, man, you weren't there. And I was like, I'll give it a it could be fun. I like I don't mind a drink. I don't mind wincing through, slightly cartoonishly, overly Irish like pubs and things like that. That could still be fun. I don't mind a parade. And yeah, just how thronging most of like the blocks in and around St. Patrick's Cathedral got in Manhattan was I was not prepared. I was warned. I didn't listen. I flew too close to the buns, and yeah, I went and was like, I can't move. Okay, okay. Let's think about how I can do some things, and then maybe come back next week or something like that. Which I don't know brings to mind a certain level of how popular St. Patrick's celebrations are, as well as that a saint is not just for one day a year, but for a tide, and indeed for the week afterwards, the month afterwards, and so on. Something of the like returning from the pilgrimage being as important, if not more so, than
hmm
than touching the relic or meditating under the waterfall or what have you.
There's something also really charming about, charming is definitely in some type of scare quote, um, about the sheer amount of underwear and vomit that tend to be around Times Square Irish bars around this time. And just the notion of like, it's kind of like how witch shops do 90% of their business in the month of October.
Yep.
That, everybody's Irish. In March,
Mm.
and apparently by decree as well in this country. Um, but certainly, and the kind of not wars, but just the different cultures of St. Patrick's Day celebrations in like Boston, New York, and Chicago specifically, right?
Yeah.
Like turning volumes of water green.
Oh my God.
And just yeah, there's something quite fascinating about it. Or friends that were here from Ireland that specifically were working in pubs
Mm.
around New York who like it was like a hurricane was coming and they yes had to work that day but it was like prepare like batten down the hatches, board up the windows, like
Yeah.
get the bat ready
Hmm.
because especially the closer you were to Times Square
Mm.
and the great Moloch that is 7th Avenue. So yeah, it is yeah, there's a lot there. Plus on the other side of it, having gone to New York's Unemployed, the which is the pejorative pet name of NYU, that frats are not as big of a thing. There are frats there, but frat houses don't exist in New York real estate. Like frat floors might exist in certain dorms,
Mm.
but what we do have is language houses. So off of the Muse, which is I think the oldest cobblestone street still in existence in New York City,
Mm.
right above Washington Square Park, there's the Irish House. And the Irish House, the language teacher at that time was Padraig O'Carroll. Most of us took Irish because, like, why the fuck not?
Hmm.
And you were taught Irish in the first floor classroom, which was really like a dining room that we also did Christmas. There was a lot of parties at the Irish House, a lot of parties. And the president of NYU at the time was a big bagpipe person. So by extensions, for lack of, Scottish house, the Irish house was kind of just the Scots Irish house for lack of a better term. And there was a rumor that you could get a free ride to NYU as long as you double majored in bagpipe. Um, but there was you saw a lot of upper NYU people that would come to the parties at the Irish House. And like it was like our semester, he was like, who wants to come sing Christmas carols? And so like eight of
Mm.
us came and sang. It's a different way of learning when your teacher is like, so yes, there's the two classes a week, but there's also Thursday nights at this particular pub where I'll be there from 6 p.m. until midnight, and we can speak in Gaelic the whole time.
How's that for emic learning?
Yeah, exactly. Of like, come on in, I'm here.
Right,
And
right.
And also just to see musicians that were touring and singing in different dialects and different things. Because if you're coming from just different areas, it's spoken so differently.
Right.
Um, and also the fascism of spelling and what it is, because
Yes.
like as you research for Saint Patrick, who is the saint of the day, everyone, both forwards and backwards in time, that Podrick becoming Patrick is already there, and we like I remember we had this whole discussion of, can you actually teach us to pronounce things? And he's like, there's no point. There's no
Mm.
point. We're like 6 weeks into the semester, and people are like, but aren't you going to teach us how to pronounce? He's like, well, how do you say this? And we would all say, and he goes, so I've never taught you this word, and you can all say it within. I can understand you even if I'm drunk.
Hmm.
You might not have the best pronunciation, but you came across this. Now, who taught you that AOI made this sound? No,
Mm.
you don't. Only because you've memorized vocabulary words and heard things from songs. So he
Yeah.
taught a lot through music because he was like, if I teach you spelling and pronunciation, you're going to go crazy. And you're going to
Hmm.
become as anti-British as any of us.
Yeah.
So it's just, anyway,
Yeah.
there's lots to it. So hi, everyone. I hope your vomit and panties are doing well. Um, something about snake vomit and the Ouroboros of time
Hmm.
being green. An emerald serpent. So, yes, hi, welcome to the snake episode we've been planning for what, 5 years off
Yeah.
in various forms.
Hmm.
And this is the episode 45, the Feast of Saint Patrick. And
Hmm.
both of us having a fair amount of Irish ancestry, this is a point of pride and shame, perhaps both.
Hmm.
But some episodes for us are very not designed. This one was designed because it was like, wouldn't it be cool to discuss these things
Yeah.
on St. Patrick's Day? And in addition to all of that, it kept growing because we've added topics. And this year, without design, but reinforcing the design, the happenstance of chance and laziness, the Aztec calendar, the Tonopwali day sign that lines up with this because we're going in order, the fifth day sign, and this is the fifth episode we're dealing with, Tonopwali and Tonali, is Quat, which is serpent. So it's like, fuck this, we have to do it.
Hmm.
Um,
Oops, all
and
snakes.
yeah, it's snakes all the way down. Fuck the turtles. Fuck the elephants. Um, uh, but yeah.
Heck yeah. So our docket, our topic docket for the day, for the feast, for the episode, we're talking about St. Patrick. We're talking about the uh, demonic Apep or Apophis, if you prefer. So little short topic there, not too much to get into. We're talking about Clover for our herb or our herb. We're talking about the mineral of coral as our stone. We're talking about the magic of the evil eye, enchantment, disenchantment, etc. Um, we're also talking, given that these are kind of lining up like this, our beast we've chosen this time is the basilisk, the little king. That's excited to get into that a little bit.
Hmm.
As you said, our day sign is Coatl, snake or serpent. Geomantic figure is Tristisia, sorrow, or the black one. And our counterparted Odu is Orkana.
Hmm.
Tarot, and continuing to look at the aces, is the Ace of Swords this time. So let's see where that cuts. And our dead magician, just again to give ourselves something that we definitely couldn't talk about for a very long time, is Faust. It's about time. It's Faust o'clock. So yeah, snakes, the breath and the eyes and the gaze and the extramissions of serpents and the draconic, um, and yeah, a whole bunch more besides.
Keeping
Brilliant.
the snakes in the discussion as opposed to expelling. There's a really bad metaphor. It's what did someone post in preparation, like time to repost Morgan Daimler's the snakes are not pagans article
Yep. Hmm.
again, the annual anniversary of posting the same articles that we have to. Um,
Yep.
And certainly this was in the 90s referred to as Murderers Day,
Hmm.
and pagan death day, whatever, whatever. I'm Mandela affecting the same pagan genocide, but it wasn't called that. It was called something similar.
Yeah, like
Um,
All Snakes Day and things like that, right? As
yeah,
well.
yeah, yeah. And this notion of the very, I mean, culturally needed counterweight, right? That there is this feeling of erasure of native traditions through the colonizing force that is Christianity,
Yeah.
but also a little bit ahistorical in the the exact interpretation of this of being especially a religion of converts, like specifically Wicca and neo-paganism generally is. There are people born into the tradition now, but it's young enough that most people are converting to these ideas about things to become the unification through persecution notion
Yeah, right,
is
right.
is
Like,
is a big thing.
yeah, 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 yeah. That there are, yeah, it's fascinating how people don't just not observe things, but actively decry certain things, right? There is a certain like section of neo-pagans that consider Patrick's Day to be, a pretty reprehensible celebration
Hmm.
as this kind of like valorizing of a religious persecution operating under a thin veneer of Irish pride. And
Hmm.
obviously, like we're not, I know neither of us intend to talk about this to upset people. Hopefully, quite the reverse. But one of the things I definitely want to get into is to explore the variety of different historical takes on Patrick that we see serving
Hmm.
different functions throughout history and moreover through that St. Patrick's Day itself, that it brings up such strong feelings about ancestry for us moderns, especially those of us with Irish ancestry, and I guess particularly those of us who acknowledge Irish ancestors of both Christian and early pagan religious sentiments, persuasions, and practices. Hopefully, that like
Hmm.
gets to be a strength of talking about the feast. It's something I'm very interested in. um, One of those things I wish I'd talked to my great grandmother more about before she passed, for sure. Uh, Proper old little Irish Catholic lady with all of the the wonderful cheesy like Irish blessings on postcards, just like everywhere in her house, like and the Saint cards and the and the lorica and all that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, it's also, there's a you mentioned like pride and shame. For me, the shame is that like I have not studied like Gaelic languages enough, and that like my pronunciation is going to, deeply embarrass that side of my ancestors. But I would rather talk about them and acknowledge that I'm, got a clumsy tongue, but at least I'm like facing the direction and trying to join in the song, right?
Well,
Um,
yeah, it's interesting the guilt that you feel of like I have many Irish friends who grew up and took Gaelic, in American accent of how the language is called. But Gaelic in high school, they were forced to, right? And
mm.
are like, I don't speak it. And I was like, but you're from Ireland. They're like, yeah, 90% of Ireland does not speak it. Like we've changed the
Yeah,
signs,
yeah,
and there is more of a revival, and it is. I think it's a really lovely demonstration of the depths that has changed in American, specifically paganism, in the scene of getting things away from the proposed monoculture of the Murrayist Wicca.
mm.
And I don't mean to poke the serpent's nest there too much, but understanding that there's already an inherent conflict within Wicca of this trying to unify um, proposed Anglo-Saxon and Celtic worldviews into one, which have a lot of flow between them because they coexist in the same geography,
Right.
but also to propose a survival from ancient times. At which ancient times are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like it goes back to what, a fixed date, and suddenly that's the time where all things are measured from. It makes no sense. But this idea of that grew out of like the Reconstruction movement, or at least is tied to it, of like how can you let language inform your spirituality in that way? And I do think that a lot of spiritual concepts are encoded, and worldview concepts, cosmology, cosmovision, are encoded in language. And
Mhm.
Irish does see things certain ways that English does not.
Yeah.
And even the subtle differences between the Scots.
Yeah, and
and
those are
Irish.
part of the reasons why, let's jump on that not even a soapbox, just an accurate vantage on history. That's why so much British orthography designs it to be so complicated to look at from an English perspective, right? With all those diacriticals and diphthongs and things.
Yeah,
That's a large part of what it is to make it obscure, to obscure it, to make
yeah,
it more difficult to speak and to write and to transmit. Yeah.
yeah. I don't, and certainly the same thing that happens um, with most immigrant groups in America into the supposed, tossed salad mixing bowl, melting pot
Mm,
metaphor that is aired every time you talk about it in some way, because there's so many exceptions. But the idea that, Irish as an identity is far from unified.
right.
There is a geographic boundary to Ireland that is still in dispute, right? Like that's
Mm,
like we can discuss that, but that once you are in outside of that geographic boundary, then you are reduced in some way to Irish, or perhaps in some groups to Northern Irish and Irish,
right.
um, on both sides of the Tweed. But
Beyond the pale. Yeah.
yeah, I think that type of thing is like I remember right, these are big topics. There was, is it Kismet Steppenich, I think it's Steppenich, who did two books of fairy Wicca in the 90s through Llewellyn, and an oracle deck tied to the same thing,
Mm,
which introduced a lot of Gaelic poetry and terms and kind of musing on the Tuatha Tuatha De Danann
mm,
in bad American Gaelic. Um, but the kind of Celtic mythology interweaving with fairy and kind of merging it with to try and show a more culturally Celticized, quote unquote,
yeah.
Wicca, of which, talking about the famous one was, I think it was in book two, where she talks about the ancient Irish use of potatoes. And this was called out, of course, rightly so, right? Of like, there's one thing to talk about the importance of the potato in Irish culture, in
Right.
world culture. It's another thing to claim it as ancient,
Right.
when we know it's a new world food. So there's a lot there, which we can also deal with the fact that, when you're designing things up, and also the kind of plagiarism that she was accused of R.J. Stewart and other um, pagan authors who were deeply saturated into the fairy current at that time.
Yeah.
Um, but just this need, if nothing else, if we take away like personal judgment from it, which might be possible, it speaks to the need of erasing the erasure of I'm going to piss off people, of American monoculture whiteness,
Mm,
that erases culture. It's not creating culture. It's literally homogenizing and erasing culture.
yeah.
So for the Irish to be lumped into the English, by and large, by a lot of people, is, anathema to most old Irish families. And then yet there are many families that are both, um, and yours and mine included, and more immediately yours,
Mm,
just geography wise.
yeah.
And Patrick brings up all that shit.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
all of
Yeah.
it.
A many-headed hydra of modern historiography and
Yeah.
hagiography. Yeah. 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 Absolutely.
Including arguments that people can raise and do raise about this show and the use of Catholic Saint calendar to talk about otherwise witchy, pagan, demonic things.
Mm,
And it's one of those things of like, it's really hard to ignore 2,000 years of Christian domination of the Western world.
right.
Um, so, why not blow wind up the skirts of Lady Heresy and have a good time? Um, so on that note, like what's one of the biggest wonderful examples of that, right, is like in Haitian Vodou, that Patrick's Day is Dambala's day, and that
Right.
Dambala is syncretized with Saint Patrick. So the primal snake, royal ancestry, fertility spirit that is a snake is
Mhm.
syncretized with the saint who kicked out the snakes,
Yeah.
or the saints. There's the Freudian shed right there. Um, so yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Talk about the subversion of iconography, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We can't point a finger at something without shedding some kind of light on it as well.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Patrick, Apostle of Ireland, Bane of Serpents, Shamrock Evangelist. bearer of the hymnal breastplate, and reviver of the dead that I want to get into, given this is, our folk necromantic proclivities.
Which in the original design of this episode, like 5 years ago proposed, was that Patrick was both saint and dead magician.
Hmm.
Which was
Yeah.
our cheating way of not having to talk about a dead magician. But so what do we do? We add Faust of all people onto it.
Uh-huh.
Bear with us. Slither with us. Go on.
All right, so yeah, slither on. So St. Patrick, of what we know, is a 5th century Romano-British, wonderful term in of itself, right? Christian missionary and eventual bishop. He's said to have been the son of a deacon and the grandson of a priest. As a teenager, he's captured by Irish pirates and enslaved in Ireland for around 6 years. It's usually said, I think. He works as a shepherd. He spends the majority of his time outdoors there. And it's said to be during this time that he first kind of finds God. So we get this interesting shepherding stuff going on pretty early. He
Hmm.
eventually escapes his captors and he's returned home to his family on a waiting ship. He's then said to have had visions that convince him to go back on mission and to preach and convert in Ireland. So that's the kind of thumbnail sketch, the executive summary. There are like 3 main sources of patrician, interesting term there, of Patrick lore and history. The first of them comes in the form of his own Confessio. Um, there's the more mythic 7th century Life of St. Patrick by Macthini, excuse me. And then there's the far more mythic 12th century hagiography written by Jocelyn of Furness. And so we have these 3 really quite different takes on who Patrick is, and not just this is him in his own words, but a retelling of not just what he did, but the significances of it, and then another one on top of that. So we can start with like the first one, and again we can argue about how much a confessio is actually written by a saint who passes somewhere around 461 Common Era, right? That's a long time for people to make their edits and things like that, even if a lot of it is originally his words. Again, we can be pretty clear that he was an actual historical figure. That Confessio, Patrick, if you want to put it like that, in comparison to other things we hear later, is relatively humble, even sort of plain by the eventual sort of firebrand standards of Jocelyn's or even Mulcher's Patrick. Like he performs feats like later, all sorts of wild stuff that we'll get into, finding the staff of Jesus and yes, chasing out all the snakes from Ireland. So the Patrick of the Confessio is still an evangelist, but he has much less dramatic stories associated with him. He's rather more associated with being accused of taking money for baptisms than he is banishing serpents, right? He's involved in casting off aspersions of his evil, which is fascinating considering his eventual kind of like reception and rejection in kind of 21st century discourse now, right? Once he dies with the date of 17th of March, again around 461 CE, put forward as a probable historical date for his death. He's broadly speaking not an overly big deal for a little while. There's an exception, like apparently about 60 years after his bell is recovered. He gives out a lot of bells. We can get into that, but his particular bell is recovered and looked after by a family that then kind of comes to light in, I think, like the 18th century. But there's a whole shrine that's built to it, which has some miracles associated with it in the early 11th century, I believe. But he doesn't get a significant uptick again. He gets a real rebranding with Mulcher's 7th century account of Patrick. And this is where he starts to be this holy terror, right? 7th century Patrick does not fuck about. He's more likely to call down earthquakes to smite heathens than he is to dole out baptisms. A bunch of commentators have noted of this 7th century life of Patrick that he's remarkable as a holy man who's more defined by a vindictiveness in crushing God's enemies than by humility, patience, or kindness. So this idea that people tell stories that Patrick was a terrible thing for Ireland is not inaccurate. People do tell those stories and have been since the 7th century. And the two stories that are said to especially illustrate this Patrick are the accounts of visiting his former like slave owner, who upon suicide is cursed by the saint to ever be subordinate in the afterlife for killing himself before Patrick could convert him or punish him or both. There's this
Mm.
kind of eliding of punishment and conversion, interestingly, and subservience. And there's also an account of one of the High Kings, Loigir, and his druids. This is where we get the aforementioned earthquake summoning. There's also a bunch of like quote miraculous acts of smashing pagan skulls into rocks. It's real like holy wrath kind of stuff. And we get a bunch of those kind of great tales of him, yeah, of him being an absolute kind of violent sorcerer, saint terror kind of thing. And those great tales increase in the retellings of Jocelyn of Furness in the 12th century. They become a little less bloody, but arguably more spectacular. Jocelyn's account kind of popularized the famous snake routing affairs, but it also includes accounts of the saint having a face-to-face conversation with the Almighty. It's compared to the same kind of conversation that Moses had, even as Moses had that. So like a big deal, like religiously, right? Spiritually. Again, so most significantly for our, folk necromantic interests, they also include, by the 12th century, a lot of accounts of raising a lot of the dead. In Father Albert J. Herbert's book, Saints Who Raised the Dead, True Stories of 400 Resurrection Miracles, a treasure house, he quotes Edmund Swift and Swift's account translation from 1809 of Jocelyn's like 12th century text, and he says, moreover, the author knows of no saint for whom they are claimed so many resurrection miracles during one apostolic lifetime as for St. Patrick. There were as many as 39 of these wonders, and 33 are mentioned in one specific report. And here he quotes the quote: "For the blind and the lame, the deaf and the dumb, the palsied, the lunatic, the leprous, the epileptic, all who labored under any disease, did he in the name of the Holy Trinity restore unto the power of their limbs and unto entire health. And in these good deeds was he daily practiced. 33 dead men, some of whom had been many years buried, did this great reviver raise from the dead. As above, we have more fully recorded." And Herbert does go on to concede that since St. Patrick is claimed to have worked 33 resurrection miracles, it seems, quote, a moral certitude that he truly must have worked at least a good number of such wonders, even if the count of 33 might not be exactly accurate. Again, hagiographic blur works for miracles as well as saints themselves, right? Some details might be confused. Two slightly different accounts might actually refer to the same event, etc. But yeah, it's only fair to report at least several of these, he says, right? And he goes on to briefly report several accounts of Patrick resurrecting the princesses of pagan kings and so on. And there's a bunch more around that as well. And so those are, those are like the three. There are other sources, but those are like the three main ones that kind of inform what Patrick's doing, and how we should be considering his legacy, if we want to put it like that.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I mean, snakes not being native to Ireland, it's very easy to back prescribe. What is it called?
Back
Back
tribute.
back tribute. Thank you.
Hmm.
Shaving my back tribute. This notion of like when you just need an explanation for things and it turns into we see this so commonly just in modern internet culture, right? Of like what is the fact and how does it go and things meme into new realities very quickly. So it is, I don't know if we had such a good understanding of how lack of ancientness is needed to have a culturally embedded version or explanation for things, the kind of urban legending behind everything. And certainly it gets brought up at another saint we've covered, but Bridget,
Mm,
as a contrast to Patrick of very notably goddess turned saint,
mm,
or at least saint born and appropriating goddess lore
mm.
to merge through a hagiographic convenience.
Yeah.
So Patrick as apparently not a naturist, a naturalist by any means,
Mm,
except perhaps a botanist.
mm,
Um, I I find this notion of promoting Patrick and Patrick's mythology and feast day as being so strangely like demanding you choose a flag,
Mm.
um, and raising people from the dead, always helpful. The preaching for so long that your walking staff grows roots and turns into a tree, um,
Yes.
pretty fucking amazing. And also notably not a vegetarian saint,
Mm.
because he prays for food for the sailors and pigs appear,
Hmm.
which means God approves of pigs as food. Um, and is a reason that we don't have to not eat swine as Christians,
Right.
um, as nominally Christian. I find a lot of the lore of like many naming things, naming conventions, right? Of like everything gets tied into Patrick in some way.
Mm.
And by everything, I mean not everything, but many landmarks themselves become associated with Patrick that were obviously of value to things before that, but there is a shift in cosmology that demands that at least Patrick or something else take ownership of certain landmarks.
Yeah,
Um,
that he has put over stuff that was already important shows both of their importances.
Yes.
Mm.
That you got to do it. That it's stuck even more
Hmm.
so, right? That it's still associated with Patrick, whether it ever was or not. Historically, does not matter so much as Patrick has so much, accrued credit that his name can be attached to formerly uh, other culturally significant landmarks and places. I
Yeah.
also just really love that, the place where he dies is called Downpatrick. Um, and yes, it's County Down, but like Patrick laid down there. So I like convenience, and there's a lot of beauty there. Did you see because you covered all the salient facts, it's just making my brain work of being bought into slavery, right, and going to Ireland, but also there was short from obviously a larger British uh, documentary of sorts, talking about the undeniable evidence that there is a blur in what the term monk means within Irish monasteries, and that monk is distinctively. It distinguishes both people who voluntarily joined the monastery and
Mm.
those slaves that were owned by the monastery.
Right, right,
And so this great age of Irish monasticism promoting all of this, and the buildings that were made by slaves. And
right.
they are counted as monks in the census because they
Mm.
are property of a monastery.
Right.
So the rise and kind of the argument we can always get into, like, can any civilization achieve greatness without slavery? We're still waiting.
Right.
In some, it's still there in some form. But the overtness of being sold into slavery
Mm.
and joining the religious life, there might be more to that, even in Patrick's case of
Yeah. Right.
shepherding, sure, but that's a much more convenient thing than saying like, he was sold into a monastery.
Right.
Um,
Hmm.
so there's a lot there. There's also, we know that historically the merging of Celtic traditional religion, as practiced in Ireland at least, um, and Christianity is not a sudden thing. Like
Mm.
converting pagans to Christianity was, people were both for a very, very long time.
Mm.
And yes, nominally Christian, but Celtic Christianity was still fought against by the increasing kind of Roman Catholic interpretation of what Christianity should be, because there's just a lot there. I mean, that's one of the things that we've talked about a lot on this podcast is how Catholicism is very good at incorporating things and taking the power away from their original source, perhaps. The greatest heresy is the erasure of heresy, perhaps,
Mhm.
um, by the Catholic Church. But this incorporation of transmigration and image work that we now associate, especially with this Celtic identity, which is itself false, right? That describing a group of languages that are loosely related, that were spoken in concert with other languages that were also loosely related, and this notion that there is a distinct Celtic versus like Northern European identity when they're both kind of coming from the same areas originally, and it diverges, but things that are now identified overtly as like Celtic knotwork that are also found very heavily in Northern European artistry and the overlap of Viking uh, and Irish culture that happens, and then you get things like Iceland that is a mix of both.
Yeah,
Irish.
yeah. You want to talk about unpicking, history from myth and legend and historiographic blur, let alone hagiographic blur. Yeah, Celtic studies is there's a lot of it, and it goes very deep and has to have some very precise tools for being able to unpick, especially what a bunch of Victorian kind of romantics, fantasists, colonialists said
Hmm.
what was Celtic. Yeah, yeah. The terms themselves, I can think of a couple of colleagues and friends of mine already wincing at that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
No.
it's tied into a lot of that romanticization and reinterpretation of things that the quaintness of and sheer destruction of a people
Mhm.
simultaneously extolling their virtues while eradicating them as a people
Yeah.
is yeah. As I rewatched Downton Abbey.
Oh, the downstairs folk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, oh.
But
But it's so
okay.
romantic. It's so
It is,
romantic.
it is, it is. Burn it all down. But also give me the marble.
So there's a good example of this kind of overlap and interplay of Christian and possibly pagan, or at least an overlap perceived from the 80s, if not earlier, the 1980s, which is the aforementioned breastplate, right?
Yes.
The Lorica Sancti Patrici, the Lorica or the breastplate or the prayer of protection of St. Patrick, which we get from the 11th century Liber Hymnorum, which records the text, and that gives it as, and there's debate from the very name itself, the title of Feithida, which is itself debated and kind of with one Victorian source calls it, or like very late 19th century source points out how perplexing it is. So it's sometimes translated as the deer's cry. That's the first kind of take you hear. Um, but there's levels to which that's not necessarily a super useful translation. So again, I'm just citing like a source from 1898. I am not like an expert on the latest scholarship on this kind of thing. But even as early as the turn of the 19th into 20th century, there's this sense that we get a lot of stuff fade can mean scream or cry, yes. But some manuscripts don't have fade. They have Faeth, which Colgan, for instance, get that also gets printed differently again because there's lots of rules to British orthography of these languages, but then they also shift them about as well. So that becomes
Hmm.
Feth, and Feth means peace or calm, and so by this idea, the title might be better translated as the deer's repose. But there's this whole other explanation which puts forward this idea from the Book of Ballymote, which glosses it on as a word fethfiat for druids, and associates it with the divination, right? Then there's also the other one that gets a lot more popular is that O'Reilly's dictionary translates fethfia as magical darkness, and O'Curry observed that this was a spell particular to druids and poets who, by pronouncing certain verses, made themselves invisible. And so this idea of a lorica might not have gained its title from any tradition about St. Patrick and the deer at Tara. He also turns himself into a deer at various points, right? In various stories, but as a charm or incantation to ensure invisibility. So there's already this notion of like protection of the mist of concealment. It's not just a magical darkness. There are a bunch of uh, older magical things that are attributed to Patrick, and the argument goes precisely because that audience would have understood that's what magicians can do.
Hmm.
That's what a poet can do. That's what a druid can do, and he's a kind of that. Just worshiping a different conception of the divine. Um,
Hmm.
so some render the beginning, Atomrul Nduia, as I bind. to myself today. That's like the incipit, the first line of this like 11-part prayer, which is also called a breastplate, almost certainly in allusion to Ephesians
Hmm.
6:14. Yeah, there we go. Where the apostle encourages his reader to stand, having put on the breastplate of righteousness. So it's this protection that you strap to yourself, and so this idea of like I bind to myself, the virtues of the angels and aspects of God, but also virtues of the natural world. Um,
Yeah.
but it's also sometimes translated as I clasp unto my heart. Um,
Mhm.
so there's also this like variance of like how much is this armor and how much is this just a thing that you treasure, and what's the
Hmm.
difference between the area of effect that can produce. Um, and yeah, certainly the lorica itself, yeah, as I said, is generally broken up into 11 parts. The part that people get most interested in terms of this overlap of things called Celtic spirituality are on the one hand the the list of things that you're being protected from, which
Hmm.
includes wizards or druids as well as witches, heathens, and false prophets, but also an invocation of the of various aspects of the natural world, right? Um, the which yeah, in some cases are yeah, just beautiful anyway, right? The light of the sun, the whiteness of snow, the force of fire, the flashing of lightning, the velocity of
Hmm.
wind, the depth of the sea, the stability of the earth, the hardness of rocks, right? So there's some beautiful like nature mysticism going on in there. But then also a bunch of invocations for Christ's protection, Christ's presence, the continuation of the theme of Christ within every man. Yeah, and so yeah, the from at least the 1980s, we get this renewed interest in quote Celtic stuff. So you get, say, Anglican priests David Adam in their The Cry of the Deer, talking about
Hmm.
using the lorica of St. Patrick as a means to consider and engage with these kinds of earlier Celtic spiritualities, both from a like practical praying these things and also from a almost like literary archaeology of like this is why this is contextually important. These are the parts that are talk about being appropriated or integrated or just making appeals to people in language and motifs and themes and value centers that they understand.
Yeah. It's the my first introduction to it was I was a big fan of the Wrinkle in Time series as a
Mm,
child. And in this, because there's in the chronological order, like the primary three, right, of Wind in the Door, Wrinkle in Time, and then Swiftly Tilting Planet.
mm,
Swiftly Tilting Planet came out in the late 70s, I believe, 78, 79. But there is a rune, a quote unquote rune in it, that Charles Wallace invokes. That is, I still have most of it memorized. With Ananda in this faithful hour, I place all heaven with its power, and the sun with its brightness, and the snow with its whiteness, and the fire with all the strength it hath, and the lightning with its rapid wrath, and the winds and their swiftness along its path, and the sea with its deepness, and the rocks with their steepness. All these I place by God's almighty help and grace between myself and the powers of darkness.
mm,
Um, there was this is the 80s that you're talking about, right? There's um, an increased kind of awareness, and it's the kind of the shifting of the window from the pagan revival, quote unquote, of the really the 60s and 70s, and the liberalism that allows for the pagan revival to be talked about openly, and tarot cards and naked witch ladies and the scandals of these things,
mm.
to kind of work its way into popular culture, like take a step back and be like, oh, but the house mom can do this thing is okay,
Yeah.
and kind of see how much, oh, we have this already within our actual spiritualities.
Mm,
And so this kind of merging, especially Celtic Christianity, was such a huge popular thing to find inspiration in, because of the ethnic identity of many of the people who were looking for something that spoke to them.
mm,
Um, and yeah, so the how many signs and faux stone resin things of the 90s were pseudo Irish blessings. I mean, we're turning it into what lays the groundwork for like Buffy, right? Of like what spells are being chanted, that are Carmina Gadelica interpretations of things.
yeah.
The kind of repaganization that you found on 90s listservs and Usenets of slightly rewritten Scottish Highland charms that were then kind of re-paganized, not very difficult with any great difficulty either, right? They're
Mm,
just changed the name. Um, in the same way that you saw a lot of 90s posts about witchcraft started as um, using existing Christian prayer and paganizing them.
yeah.
Um, Jesus in a skirt, which is a valid, important part of the, if you're going to talk about first, second, third wave feminism and beyond, the kind of neo-pagan acceptance and move through things is we can't have we can't have Jake talking about the True Grimoire um, much earlier than he did,
Mm,
because it wouldn't have been received in the same way. The kind
right.
of the popularity and the motion that allows him to then do the voluminous work that he did and the research that he did is because of his own background, his own progress through things, and it's reflective in many ways of the same thing that we go through. Of the culture has to go through the craziness of the neo-pagan world religionizing version of what came out of Wicca, and
Yeah.
that need to trend towards uh, for any tradition to leave its ancestral homeland that is culturally embedded, of
Mm,
which Wicca still is answering a need of Gardner and his associates,
right.
and their needs as British people, and that expanding into this very the merging with feminism and the merging with a larger kind of New Age movement, that then allows us to invoke and combine Patrick's breastplate as part of circle conjurations
Yeah.
within 90s Wicca.
Right.
Um,
And that it's self-spurring and being informed by, as well as, clashing and corrected by, like, let's be honest, also a lot of developments of like scholarly techniques and explorations as well,
yeah,
refined analysis of sources and contexts and things like that, that these ask questions and answer them and inevitably produce more questions, right, as it goes. Good work creates more good work, hopefully. Um,
and
yeah, no,
it's
no,
the kind of shield notion too, because it is really like the poetic side that all the things that you're mentioning, right? But like Christ with me, Christ before me, Christ behind me, Christ in me, Christ beneath me, Christ above me, Christ on my right, Christ on my left, Christ when I lie down, Christ when I sit down,
hmm
Christ in the heart of every man who thinks of me, Christ in the mouth of every man who speaks of me, Christ in the eye that sees me, Christ in the ear that hears me. This
mm,
is really like beautifully written poetry.
yeah,
As far as you feel pretty secure, it does its job as an invocation,
yeah.
and as a shield, whether or not this is, the what is it to be armor? What is the very common thing in American Christian culture, like when obviously referring to like what's your sign of the zodiac, but what's your sign, and people say the cross, and oh yeah, betrays a lot of my upbringing. No way, Yahweh. Okay. Does anybody remember what were they? Pogs? Oh God.
The things that you flip with the
Yeah, the little
cardboard
card.
discs. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's a whole slew of. I had definitely a bunch of Celtic and very American popular Christian pogs that were not
Oh,
necessarily bought by me, but were given to me by relatives or religious advisors,
are we
which is where
talking like Saint Pogs?
like Saint Pogs, things like different Celtic artwork that was Christian,
Yeah.
or including the phrase the first time I saw it of "No way, Yahweh."
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, so
Dang.
I do not believe I have them anymore, but they are embedded in my memory, like the eye of Sauron. Um, so I guess, in the largest thing, because Patrick brings up all this shit, right? Like there's all this
Hmm.
stuff there of, yes, the synchronization with different serpent deities in the same way that like Bartholomew goes through similar serpent deity things because dude was flayed, so he has a skin.
Mm,
And Patrick being this kind of invoking the name itself, um, becoming just nickname for anybody who's Irish, right? A Paddy,
yeah,
and therefore the Paddy wagon, and the kind of Lucky Charmsing of it all.
yeah.
Darby O'Gill and the Little People was definitely a movie they showed us a lot as in daycare, I feel like. But okay, so Patrick is here, and we've chosen, in the sun with its brightness and all these things going on, the snow with its whiteness. The shamrock, yes, we're going to get to Clover. Um, but perhaps going into following the route as done by respectfully before of demon wise.
Yeah.
I'm not proposing that Patrick ousted Apep, Apophis, but we do see a myth that is very common, that is wonderfully contrasted in this, right? Of like explaining why there's no snakes in your area, and then saying, oh, because Patrick was a Christian and took them all out. Um, and the weird relationship that snakes have to both being holy and also reviled in
Mm.
scripture, seraphim. But the fight against chaos and darkness that is serpent,
Yeah.
and the studies that have been done about there are things that our brains are programmed to recognize, which is faces, making
Mm.
faces where there are none because we're constantly looking out for danger of people.
Right.
And
The
also,
apophenia of pareidolia. Yeah.
and then recognizing anything that looks like a snake for us to make sure that we look at it again. That it seems to be embedded in us, that like looking at a twig on the ground, we first go like, is that a snake?
Mm.
Um, and certainly how you can scare a cat with a cucumber and a horse with a twig,
Mm.
because it's a snake. Well, I
Mm.
don't know about the cat with the cucumber. That's a really fat snake. I don't know why cats freak out with the cucumber thing. I don't
No.
know if you've seen those memes.
I have, yeah. Sure have.
Um,
I've seen a couple cat videos in my time, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, just a few. Have you heard of the internet? Um, So I also think it's interesting with something like APEP to even revisit, because this is not something we've ever talked about before. What is the nature of demon,
Mm,
right? APEP is specifically described as a demon, not a god. And
mm,
yet, what is that relationship to what a god is? Is a god something that has a cult and a relationship of being worshipped?
mm,
Because there are certainly people that seem to go into the apophic um, uh, slant of maybe Apophis isn't necessarily as bad as people say they are.
right.
Um, but a 50-foot long snake is black, orange, and a little green is pretty significant. Is it just draconic lore? Is it this constant need to have serpent take the blame?
Mm,
There are venomous serpents, but not nearly as many as you would have as our imaginations would have us believe.
right.
Is it the prominence of these myths coming out of a certain area where there are a high percentage of poisonous serpents,
Mm,
and things like this, and the kind of Levantine Mesopotamian inheritance of chaos, giant snake, dragon, demon mother, all rolled up into one that the god of light will fight and come out of, right? It's that Ra passes each night in Thidduat and then battles with Apophis, Apep, and winning. Except for the unlucky days, which is the origin of the unlucky days, right? Is that Ra is momentarily devoured as an eclipse, and there's a lot of shit to do.
yeah. It's interesting the negative or the confirmation bias in terms of talking about like does Apophis just have a bad rep? Like we can say that there is a certain confirmation bias in terms of the histories that we get, the things that are written down about disorder by civilizations promoting their own order, um, they're more likely to survive precisely because they're coming from this place of power and the grand longevity of old, middle, and new kingdoms of Egypt, right? That like it makes sense that that they're seeing more of those stories because those were the people that were able to write more of that stuff down. And so that story gets retold a lot of like the battle of order against disorder, of light against the darkness. That's only one dimension of that, but like there is something there to that, right? That like you're not going to get nomadic people that don't settle down and have to defend a thing, leaving as many records. Um,
Yeah.
it's not as easy to see the the hieroglyphs and the paintings and the carvings into obelisks and massive temples and structures and things like that. So there's a little something to assessing that like the weight of evidence needs to be tied against what we don't know. Always again, history is the altar of that which is no longer with us, that can no longer be pointed at. But then on the other hand, we do, that if it's a bad rep, it's a considerable one that's articulated in a number of different ways, right? Apep as the Lord of Chaos, the Serpent of the Nile, the evil dragon, the encircler of the world, the enemy, the Serpent of Rebirth, right? What happens to the sun when it goes down every night, as the bark
Hmm.
of it travels through the underworld and it doesn't not it isn't just like absent from the day, but like actively attacked and must be defended by Ra and Set, right, as well, interestingly.
Hmm.
So also an outsider or a force associated with a certain degree of chaos or foreignness or a bunch of other things
And
that
then,
have.
yeah, you bring up the good point of the foreignness, right? Like
Mm.
we know that Set is not all evil that at first, right? It's a
can
conquered
be
god.
can be bargained with, can be can do good things as well, as opposed to, again, what's a demon? It's claimed in these records, at least, that like this is not something that is ever going to do any good, right? This is
Yes.
something that attacks the living, attacks the dead as well, and thus both the living and the dead can attack it back. Um, and that also
It
it is not just a force itself, but has its own things that look like lesser demons under it, has its legions that are
yes.
also doing a bunch of things.
Yeah, this I going back to childhood, I was obsessed with this. I won't say the name that I gave it, but I had this dream when I was like 4 or 5 that as of evil as like basically a crawling chaos that was a contagion that, starts with one act and then goes from there, and then it's like it or the blob or it follows or anything like that. It's just it was something there. The necessity of legions, but also legions associated with things that are serpentine, so the sheds of things, and it brings in a
Yeah,
lot of things that we'll talk about as throughout the topic of our snake day.
yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
there's sheds here when you talk of demon and the notion of like Lamashtu of Pazuzu being demonic, but the demon that that can be used to control as a isolating and desert wind force that can keep Lamashtu at bay because Lamashtu is not bound to law, that there are things that are fighting for good and there are things that are fighting for bad, and yet the amoral is the most threatening because you do
Mm,
not know how to predict it. And
right.
so that brings up other notions of the ladies and in West African and Central African kind of cosmology of just the lack of knowing where the allegiances lie
Mm,
is terrifying. And so I get it brings up a snake. If you don't know what kind of snake it is it deadly or is it not? Comes out, much like people's fear of spiders. Like it could hurt me, it could kill me, it could give me a fever. And
right.
the notion of when you have these animals in abundance, like putting your foot into the darkness of obviously shoes have evolved over the years, and maybe that's why they were sandals first. But a boot, most people die, for instance, of armadillo, the most deadly spider in the world in Brazil, not because of an adult armadillo, but a small little armadillo who has gone into someone's shoe that was not shaken out, and it cannot tell the size of the prey, and it is
Mm,
young, so it extends all of its venom, which causes necrosis and bad things for the person, but
mm,
also the person didn't check out the darkness as well.
mm,
And so it's interesting that the death is caused by a spider that is young and cannot tell the size of what's coming at it. And so
mm,
the unknown it lashes out at with venom that then kills the person who stepped their foot into the unknown space. So it's
mm.
unknown on both sides that is going on. And reminds me a little bit of what I think we've talked about this, but I adore this with Tezcatlipoca, right? Of the enemy on both sides.
Yeah.
This notion of you cannot ally with it truly.
Mm,
Part of his shtick is that he is the opposer.
mm,
It is not. It is this notion of um, can you have the rise of matriarchy again, when matriarchy is defined by certain principles, quote unquote, in this paradigm, where it's not just men in charge, but it is a certain quality of how that charge is taking place. So you can have female leaders within patriarchy, but the notion of patriarchy having to turn over power to the matriarchy means that it was already a matriarchy already in some
mm.
weird way. And the paradox of that is a thought exercise amongst many things. But
Yeah.
the side of it there of if you ally with the enemy, is the enemy of your enemy your friend always? That doesn't make
Mm,
actual sense. It makes a temporary sense,
right.
right? A temporary allyship, but to frame whole relationships on it, oh, you don't. What are you going to do? And it seems to be a very common mythological exemplar of you cannot trust certain things. You must learn that certain things will never be on your side. Um,
Yeah. And what
and
and what is resistance versus destruction, right? Like in
Mm,
framing the snakiness of Apep, right? There's this notion that Apep would like hypnotize Ra and his followers, and it was
hmm.
only Set who resists who is able to repel the serpent by piercing his side with the great spear, right? Which is how snakes are generally dealt with. So this idea of like the one who resists is capable of um, a temporary alliance against something that would otherwise fascinate or hypnotize or charm or beguile, right?
Yeah. This notion of serpents that encompass the earth and the movement of energy across the earth, which is, very big in many mythologies as being serpentine. The
Yeah,
notion that it's incorrectly etymology, right, as he who is spat out. So
that comes about during the Roman period, right? Yeah, yeah,
yeah, that Neith herself, spits at Nu, at Neith as a primal goddess of the ancient waters, spits out, and that the loogie that she hawks out becomes
yeah.
Apep.
Right.
And Neith, who is such a whole other topic and fascination for me because of her pairing with Kunum. But an ancient goddess that is perhaps tied into Anath and therefore Tanit, and therefore eventually Kybella and other
Mm.
deities from the Eastern Mediterranean that all kind of merge into this giant warrior creator foundational goddess that is tied into funerals, but because she's so old that when you have 5,000 years of an empire
Yes.
that the older gods become by necessity gods of the dead and gods of the underworld,
Right.
and gods
Right.
of ancient time itself.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that,
and it also means that we get like different creation stories for various deities as they're like
yes,
reimagined or rediscovered or rearticulated or value centers shift, right? So yeah,
yeah.
we've got like Apophis springing from from the Lugi, right, of Neth.
Hmm.
You've also got the idea around when Apep's like mentioned by name during the Middle Kingdom of maybe they're born after Ra and from his umbilical cord. So this like
Hmm.
fundamental linking of Ra and Apep, not just in battle, but from the beginning. But then you've also got notions that like this primordial evil has existed from the beginning of time in the waters of Nu itself, in that like oldest
Yes.
primeval chaos.
Hmm.
So like yeah, again, is evil made or or is it the absence of things before there were presence? Is it you know antediluvian in the sense of before the flood, like not just antediluvian, but like from the grand waters that the darkness moved over to
Yeah.
mix our creation myths there. Yeah, yeah.
And
Where's
then
it come from and what's it do?
the bringing in of Bast, as some will feel like some version of Sekhmet itself as the noon, the sun at its height, right, as the power of the sun, but then into this house cat form,
Mm,
um, that as the thing that is agile and is able to sneak in, like the least of those things that can then take on the mighty serpent, and Bastet becomes the one who brings Ma'at back through slaying Apep, and the regeneration of these things. So a demon that is not able to truly be bound, and yet itself is used in binding, like the lace work of the serpent itself design,
hmm
as being just the fact of existence, right? This battle with this, and this kind of Manichaean split that seems to be so prominent in the Eastern Mediterranean, right? It's just this constant chaos versus order uh, role of everything. Patrick has to get rid of the snakes, and Ra has to battle Apep, and in order to maintain order, in order to maintain Ma'at. There was a really uh, rightly criticized series of books on Freemasonry
mm,
that proposed that Freemasonry really was just a cult of maintaining Ma'at, and that it like are the words that were used in the Mason's word and other code words that were used were in fact ancient Egyptian,
mm.
which is a lovely I feel like, and as someone of Masonic uh, leaning. uh, I feel like Americans specifically, because America has a unique relationship with Masonry. Like to my understanding and own experience, Masons are the villains in a lot of British films,
Yeah.
and the kind of cobble of people hoarding power in that way. And in America, like at various times they have been villainized, but are also extolled as like builders of society and the people that bring us together, and this, and eventually the kind of weird merging with the Illuminati of like they are the creators of order and represent empire and colonialism at its finest. Um,
Those that took notions of like brotherhood and its goodness seriously, right?
yeah, yeah, like you get the national treasure thing, right? Of like the
Mm.
Masons are the savior of all. And you know, I my own commentary on masonry aside, um, because I like the principles in practice. Can anything truly be, you know, it's a difficult thing. But the idea that the bringing of order comes in this way of this constant fight, having a common enemy unites people, period. It unites people very, very well. Look at our current climate of politics in this country. Just wow. You know, you might as well. It's kind of the thing that you and I have both seen it with friends that are perpetually angry activists, and you learn quickly that it's not their activism that is actually to the fore, it's their need to display anger, which can be channeled into so many useful things. That's not to say that anger shouldn't be listened to. Quite the opposite.
No.
It can flag those things. But when someone's common denominator factor, it reminds me of Pete Carroll talking about how like through in kind of musing through the meta of chaos magic, talking about how shifting between things, look at the commonality. It's easy to go from fundamentalist Muslim to fundamentalist Baptist to fundamentalist anything because
Right.
fundamentalism is your meta.
Right.
And the other details can be replaced in the same way that we see a lot of neo-paganism in the United States arising out of low Protestant ideals and
Yeah.
becoming very turfy, attacky, and just a lot of things. That like, this isn't necessary. Did we? Where we? We're filling in the details with what we know and
Mhm.
what's embedded. And if you don't take a look at those things, if you don't know what you're transmitting, you are still transmitting something.
Yeah,
Your lack of
ideology is
aware.
yeah, ideology is what we do when we don't know we're doing it. Yeah.
Yes,
Hmm.
like you
Hmm.
know, there's still water fish. We're still in it. So on the hook of that, I guess Apophis Apep as this prototype of, you know, everything is going to be compared to this in some way of even like the serpent in the garden, right?
Yeah.
Of being an echo of this and this notion of like what is Snick, Danger Noodle,
Yeah, yeah, profound danger noodle, right? The string theory of like cosmic danger noodle. Yeah, 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 yeah. From like, some very like functionalist analysis of depictions of like writhing in these spirals, just being a practical means of depicting a cyclopean immensity, right? You can get more twirls and spirals and things in a small space to show how big something is. Also, this idea of it being like a leviathan singular monstrosity, right? It fascinates me around how many instances there are of like a great either a force of nature or a malevolent force swallowing things that's then cut open to rescue those who it's eaten.
mhm.
We get that with like the the cat with the knife, right? The form of like shoe sometimes, which is also associated with the dead fighting back as well. That we get them
Yes.
on side. So it unites the living and the dead against this common enemy as well, along with the yearly rite of the ritual of overthrowing Apophis, right?
Yeah.
Nothing burns like an effigy, and
Hmm.
it's thought to contain like all the evil and darkness in Egypt, and it protects everyone for another year, right? The living and the dead. Again, Apep's like totalizing threat hazard status is also attacked, not just attacked by the dead, but attacked by the dead because it attacks them, because it eats them as well. The Eater of Souls, or
Yeah.
one of the things called the Eater of Souls. And so the dead are buried with magical preparations that could destroy or at least thwart Apep, as well as being actively encouraged to join the good fight back. Yeah, 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 yeah. A lot of commonalities that form from this dualism, this back and forth, this day and
Yeah.
night. Yeah.
The notion of depicting Apophis, right, and not depicting Apophis in whole
Mm,
or always with control knives there.
hmm.
Not just, and I mused earlier on you know, the Bastet Sekhmet connection, but there's also just the overt description of it being raw. And I think Hathor both that transform into a cat that goes cutty cutty with the serpent.
Mhm.
Rikki Tikki Tavi to the rescue. Uh, Also the notion of it ties here, and I don't think it was intentional originally when I proposed this, but the notion that Apep is also represented by the evil, like a ball that is the eye,
Huh.
that watches. So the evil eye, quote unquote, in numerous temple scenes, that is Apep is painted in a very specific way, and that eye symbol of black pupil with a white circle around it,
Mm.
white ring around it, is always Apep's eye. The
Mm.
serpent eye is like a human eye, but different. It's a different shape. And so, I mean, emphasizing its size to the number of coils, to reducing it to the gaze of the serpent and the venom and the heat that escapes through the eye,
Mm.
which is fascinating too because I guess you segue and not and go back and forth, but evil eye specifically is oft quoted and very in the modern world not necessarily talked about the how it works
Mhm.
in the same way. It's usually just kind of a psychologization, over psychologization of envy or jealousy, and it is not necessarily only rooted in envy or jealousy.
No.
You can give evil eye without intending to. You can give evil eye through having eaten too many hot foods. You can give
Mm.
evil eye because you are menstruating. You can give evil eye because you have passed and there are a certain area and spirits are on you and they must exit the body in some way. And through the powerful overlooking gaze, you can expel this thing that then can cause sickness on someone else.
Right.
So,
Because your humors have been unbalanced in some
yes,
form or another, right? Whether consciously
yeah,
or unconsciously, deliberately or undeliberately, malevolently or just accidentally. Yeah, absolutely. This quality of like venting ill humors through the eyes. Again, consciously with malefic gazing magic and being looked over or overlooked. Um, or just being that we are all not just loci of humors, but that those humors go well beyond the physical form. That we are all areas of effect, walking around, influencing and being influenced by each other. There's this,
yeah.
yeah, again, the grand interrelationality of humoral conceptions. It's not just what's going on in your body or your BuzzFeed test.
Yeah.
It's how you are in the world and how the world is affecting you and how you are affecting it.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah.
it's mal de ojo, mal ojo,
Mm.
malocchio. It's an interesting type of magic to discuss because it also echoes um, one of the things that's very frustrating, right? Is that um, is it convergent evolution or just two things developing on opposite sides of the world at the same time and having similar ideas about how things work does not mean that they're inherently related, other than through people interpret the world in similar ways sometimes.
Yeah,
Um,
dolphins and what is it, ichthyosaurs, that look the same but aren't, but went through parallel evolution, I think, parallel
yes,
evolutionary processes, as well as like straight up, what do they call it, carcinization? Everything is turning to crabs.
yeah, yes.
Okay, so
Um,
you're talking about like this parallel evolution of like different conceptions that end up looking like a similar kind of set of social interactions and kind of magic toward them. Is that where you're
Well, I
going with
mean,
this?
and yeah, I am, and specifically, there is a criticism of Latin American view of of the evil eye as it originates in Spain because all evil eye conception comes from the Mediterranean area,
Mm.
um, and I think that this is an oversimplification. I can't definitively say that it's not related and not influenced, but the fact that extant indigenous groups with like zero outsider DNA
Mm.
have strong theories about how this works that echo the thought that like in if you ask Maya, who it's already a whole can of worms there because remember thinking in sixth grade, I have family that it speaks indigenous languages and you're talking about them like they're gone.
Mm.
But being told that the Maya all disappeared at some point, you're like, there's millions of Maya. What the fuck are we being taught? But that specifically, if you work too much in the sun, a big thing for migrant workers that have heavy indigenous background, if you are working in the heat of the sun all day long, you should not look at young children or babies or people who are sick because you will spill the heat that is now in your body out of your eyes and can give mal de ojo.
Yeah.
You are caloroso. You are overheated.
Yeah.
and that has to go somewhere. So mal aire, which is a similar concept, but mal aire is a whole other thing where it's bad air and definitely comes from like humors and miasma or parallel to those things.
Hmm.
But when you live in the jungle and there's trees that rot or were felled or animal carcasses left out, like that decay concept, and especially when you're talking about yot and the liver soul and this concept of life force that flows, that is not the same as a personality, not the same as like a destiny that's imbued in you.
Mm.
These animistic centers are all tied to these diseases. And if it was introduced to the indigenous as like this concept, this cultural concept that then leaks into everything, it was really fucking pervasive. And the
Mm.
argument for it specifically within like notions of specifically Mesoamerican curanderismo is that while there is a discussion of dry and wet, those are regional because Mexico, where it's dry, is almost always dry, and Mexico, where it's wet, is almost always wet. As you approach
Mm.
the equator, humoral, quote unquote, humoral discussions change in the same way that astrology does not seem to be as universal as people think it is, because if you're on the equator, you don't have to care about the change of seasons, you just care whether it's stormy or not.
Right.
And there's less need to have this subtlety of things growing because things are always growing.
Mm.
So culture and season determines what things you're looking at to make reason, to meaning make, which is why we write, why we myth make,
Yeah.
in order to explain these things. So when we're looking for astrological, universality within specifically Africa and South America, Mesoamerica, we don't find it as much because there's these dots in the sky, sure, and the planets are lovely. They might be more used for navigation than they are
Mm.
to explain the subtleties of a, four season system
Yeah.
that works along the 40s through 45 parallel in Europe and Levant. So, and the homeland of the invading culture of India, right, as it goes into, and things modify, and that's one of the great reasons that Vedic astrology is different from European astrology, is it has to modify and root in the land and be actually useful to the people, or it
Right.
just doesn't fucking make sense to perpetuate for any reason. So anyway,
Yeah.
back to all that there's these concepts of evil eye that exist that are so parallel to early modern ideas that it if one does come from the other, I can't officially rule out, but I think that it also is used as a way to dismiss how peasant and primitive these indigenous beliefs are about mal de ojo as
Right.
something that the ancestors of modern Westerners believe, but no one actually believes in that anymore.
Hmm.
And it's like, what are you talking about? Like the average person has ideas of like an evil look or looks that could kill. And it might be metaphor, it might be language that is just to overemphasize, but it's embedded in how we think. And
Those come from like a more a literalist understanding, like looking daggers, seeing red, scorching glances, sour looks,
yes,
like all that stuff comes from we call it now a literalizing, but it's a conception of like the affective qualities of interrelationality, of expression,
hmm
of what is expressed, what is sent out, what is vented. That feelings will find a way out, and feelings are influenced by environment and by exposure, right? And especially
hmm
if repressed, they will eventually erupt. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. These are not just quaint turns of phrase. They were thought to express something of how the cosmos unfolds and interacts with
Yeah,
itself. Yeah.
yeah.
The
And then cures of evil eye are fascinating because when you want to talk with heat, right, one of the natural colors that we talk about is red.
Mhm.
And red is one of the few universal colors as well, as far as vividness and descriptions in every language. The tying of red to the body around the wrist or around the neck,
Mm.
things that look like eyes that then are discarded after a period of use because they lose their effectiveness. But in
Because they're
Mexico,
soaking, they're not warding, they're not like bouncing off.
exactly.
They're jumping in front of that for you. Yeah.
Exactly. Ojo de venado, deer's eye, is, sewn into a red string um, bracelet or car charm or anything like that, which it shrivels. It goes from light brown to dark brown, and it's losing its strength. It has to be replaced.
Mm.
Um, and the tying of red string, or even looking at comparative practices that when the warning bells of certain odufal that, prescribing the red necklace that is
Mm.
worn as a counteracting of that heat that is now noticed. The
Right.
heat has to go somewhere, so it might as well go to the necklace that you're wearing,
Mm.
and avoid wearing certain colors. And I think one of the ooh, the slippery slopes, and I'll shut up after this, I'm sorry. The
No.
slippery slopes here of one of the great things about looking at culturally comparing things, as long as we can look at those things on an equal footing, as opposed to, oh, let me convert yours to mine or mine to yours in our
Yeah.
talking, allows us to then realize certain of those things are already still there in our own cultural systems. That looking at evil eye remedies in Mexico, in West Africa, in India, in wherever, can lead to realizing many of those exact same color ideas of understanding of color and the heat and magic of color,
Mm.
um, or the need to balance heat and coolness in the body, depending on the cultural understandings of what those things mean.
Yeah.
Um, when you go into like Yoruba understanding of um, keeping a cool head, right? Keeping cool to not get overheated in an extremely hot geographic area.
Right.
Um, that interestingly, Mexico is going to talk about similar conceptions of things, but that you want a warm head that is full of life, that is not going towards death and stagnation. That the
Mm.
fire of consciousness is a fire, and an awareness that you are dead when you are cold, and you are cold because you are dead.
Yeah.
That life itself is hot, but too much of anything, and specifically in Mexico, you can look at the balance of like looking at corn and how a plant grows. It needs sunlight. It grows towards the light. Too much heat kills the corn. You need to
Right.
balance earth, water, wind, fire. Therefore, you have to make Captain Planet in order to make things work. Um, which does
Yeah.
not age well if you ever watch Captain Planet. It does
Oh
not age
no.
well.
No,
Um,
bless it. I mean, tried to turn us into a bunch of kids that were going to fight, anthropomorphizations of pollution. And we end up with tech billionaires. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man.
This thing you're pointing out around how apparently different whether we're so do we cool or do we heat, right? Is it hot or is it cold, is reconciled by the notion of balance, right?
Yes.
That ultimately it's about like depending on what's going on, are you losing heat and therefore need more? Are you being dried out, which is a heating process that can also lead to an absence of coolness via its moisture, right? We see this even in I'm familiar with even in like just an early modern European context, not just limited to that, and it still goes on today. Thank you, Uncle Cecil. But you get evil eye, you get Malocchio talked about as a hot thing in especially in Southern Europe, where
hmm
it gets a bit hotter, funnily enough. Like and we also see uh, how that gets dealt with as such. That like I have heard it said that some of the Italian warding gestures and amulets of like the fico is
hmm
conceived of as a cooling feminine counteraction to these scorching glances.
hmm
Um, but it's also strongly tied to melancholy, especially in like in wet and cold English contexts, right? Um, Here, it's less about the coldness and more about the dryness of it, and
mm
especially about the bitterness and embitteringness of it, like of sour looks. Um, and these sorts of examples, yeah, definitely find in English witch hunting, and also some of the refutations of overly zealous witch hunting, where it's talked about the disordered humors of old ladies are especially threatening as this locus of contagious and deleterious affectivity, partly because of ways in which women's bodies are pathologized, and also because of age and the idea that like we are naturally going to dry out and become more melancholy with age, that we are beings not just of a dynamic humoral constituency, constitution, temperament in the moment and week to week as the stars change and as we eat different foods, but also through our lifespans and through the ages of a human life. And so that's conceived of as, again, whether it's the conscious worry of diabolic witches deliberately souring milk or laming cattle or kids, or the unconscious affectivity and contagion of people who have been, even by the early modern understanding, marginalized, right? So many humoral theorists trying to get into gender in early modern England talk about, well, let's see, the thing is, we treat women really badly, and that's why they poison us. Like, so it's not conceived as like maybe we just treat women better. It's conceived of as like, well, this is a natural thing that's just going to happen, right? Not our fault, right? That the crazy, hysterical notion of these uncontrollable bodies that we need to enact all sorts of extra vengeance upon. There are conceptions either way, along with this idea of balancing the hot or the cold, or ensuring a good heat rather than a bad heat, or enough heat rather than too much or too little. There's also conceptions here of sight, of vision, and optics that I think are really important to note. That sight, this notion we can also get into with basilisks of extramission of the notion of sight considered as sending rays out of the eyes, which as much receive light and impressions into the looked upon, right? And again, we can get into that about like what that means for action at a distance, and not just receiving things, but sending things out in our very gaze, in our very vision, in our very what is looked upon and apprehended visually, as much as like tactilely, adverbs. We're also fundamentally dealing with the windows of the soul, right? With expression, again, with what is expressed, with facial expressions, with what the face does in impassioned states. That virtues want to be expressed, that things need to be said, that regardless of how much you might try and repress things, your words will have a sweet or a sour tone in accordance to the affectations of your soul. And so all of these things are kind of at play here when we're talking about what it means to be looked at and to look back.
Mm-hmm. Even the notion, I was thinking about this, I never thought about it before. There's a common determination of evil eye if it's on you, right? The three or an odd number of drops of olive oil in water,
Mm,
and if they combine and become larger, then the evil eye is on you,
mm,
specifically, and especially if they dissolve in the water. And what is that doing? It's showing there's heat, right?
mm,
Olive oil will combine the meniscus of each droplet is more likely to weaken through heat and combine
mm,
with the water.
mm,
It's fast. It's showing that there's heat around you,
mm.
in this way, excess heat. Um,
Which
but
again can be as consciously like someone is deliberately cursing you to you are in environmental conditions that are deleterious.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things we've talked about this a lot, that remediative divination, and yes, there is a certain amount of this that is, I think, um, at least not as popular in the West until more recent times,
Mm,
especially within the astrological kind of remediation is definitely a more Vedic influenced interpretation, but it's this the groundwork is there, and it's certainly there in early modern. It seems to have, as the great psychology demon rears its head, things kind of lose their. We shouldn't have to talk about the actual affect of magic as
yeah.
anything other than consciousness exploration and expansion, the nobles of ceremonialism.
Mm.
But specifically, well, fuck, where's I going with this? Um,
That when you work out something's up with someone, I think I see like one of the places that makes me think of, maybe this is, I'm not trying to speak over you here, but like
do it.
working out what's wrong with someone doesn't have to include naming who wronged them.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
that is exactly where I was going, and because we've talked about this, but the pragmatism of so many of the divination systems that we are interested in, and you and I specifically, not we as a collective. Hi, listeners, you're now part of my brain. Um, but specifically that pragmatically, um, you do not need to know the name or the cause of some things unless it's habitual.
Mm,
And if you can tell that this is something that is habitual, you're going to want to be like, what's the pattern? It's like, what? That's why you keep a food journal. If you get sick one night and it passes, it's like, well, you don't know what it was, and you're
yeah.
better. So don't stop worrying about it. But if you're getting sick all the time, then we need to figure out what the cause is. At least how to clean you off effectively or stop exposing you to what that is.
Hmm.
And it's kind of one of those things of like, if it's determined that, this is evil eye at your office and it does not go away, then change jobs, work
Right.
remotely, something like, it's not going to help you to start killing off everybody magically at your work, just to swat a fly to burn the world to swat a fly type of mentality.
Yeah.
But so much of practical divination systems is like, who cares what the person that did it to you, who they are, unless it's happening a lot.
Right.
Like if we need to neutralize something, fine. But getting rid of the thing should be healing. Thriving should be the thing, not
Yes.
retaliation. The
Exactly.
retaliation, by its nature, invites more complication, not because of some perceived notion of a karmic balance as punishment and reward, but rather that engaging within retaliation, the revenge is a dish best served cold thing. You are engaging in new humors. You are changing things that you do not actually have to introduce into your life.
Yeah.
Have to. You can. And
Right.
far be it for me to impose the morality there. That's what I'm trying to avoid, is that there still are natural consequences for what we engage with, which we obsess over, and what we invite as our study of things. The idea
Mm.
that if you do a binding work, that you bind yourself to the subjects of your work as well.
Yeah.
Um, and here in evil eye case, I think there's something there, and also the notion of, can you evil eye yourself,
Ha.
which many people discuss.
Ha.
Um, some are adamant that you cannot, and others say that is, if you can reflect the evil eye back to someone, then you can already, the groundwork is laid. Um,
Yeah.
but I do think self-defeating notions and that kind of psychologization, that's a really hard word for me today. The kind of uh, modern interpretation of self-defeatist ideas does speak to the nature of evil eye on some larger level.
Yeah, that's a
And
really good point. Yeah. Yeah. Are you, yeah, again, back to like diviners' ethics and responsibilities, like returning them to a good balance, right? Yes, we have detected that there is an off balance here by a thing that we might call the evil eye. Is it going to actually rebalance you to attack back? Or is it more about like getting that bullet out of you and maybe getting you out of harm's way?
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's like dying in the emergency room, right? Uh,
Hmm. And
Waiting
then
for
on top
the
of that, right, yeah, the self-defeating stuff of like how a client is going like the it's not just bedside manner, it's part of the medicine of how, or the consult of how you help someone apprehend what's not going great and what to do about it, uh, versus like giving them fodder to wind themselves up more. I don't mean that in I don't mean to sound derogatory, but like giving, not ensuring that someone isn't going to um, oh, give themselves more things to worry about,
yes.
or feel less powerful, or
Hmm.
have more of their own responsibility and agency, like disempowered. Like how do we empower people to be part of their healing?
So you bring up the point of one of the things that I found fascinating, and the kind of continual study of Odu within the Lagoon, Lukumi, and the notion that yes, each of us has this grand map of Odu revealed, especially at Ita, right, after within Lukumi system specifically, but that there are certain patterns of energy that are with you at all times, and you have to figure out how to balance them so that they hopefully manifest towards the positive.
Mm,
And I still like the idea that positive or blessing is really about an easy integration of the energy that is with you, an
mm,
acceptance of the energy that is with you, making whole, making right those things, whether through material sacrifice or change of attitude, to understand that this is how I operate. So it does not behoove me to, if I have to go to a job interview tomorrow, 10 p.m. is not the time to go out and party.
right.
And understanding that, like, it's as simple as that sometimes.
How do I make
Um,
my life easier?
Yes. And so like it's like, oh my God, I'm being told I'm a bad person. No, you're being told that you're a little bit prone to anger, and maybe you should, if you want to smooth that out, then perhaps figure out how to combat that. And find the things that raise you to anger and distance yourself from them. Or anyway, placating the heat, remedy, all of that stuff is pragmatic. How do we go through it? So in this, if you have permanent energies around you, and as a priest, I have to cater and talk to you and advise you, I, by necessity, have to think about not only your energy patterns and the energy patterns being discussed in the current divination, but also my energy patterns about how I describe things and
Mhm.
how I talk to you in my own natural energy things, because I have to learn to neutralize or at least combat my own insecurities and cultural upbringing as to a way that you might not understand what I'm trying to say because of not only your energy patterns and what needs to be the diagnosis itself, but the diagnosis as said by me.
Mm, hmm. Yeah,
So there's at least three things braiding together at any point there that is
yeah,
important to consider. And that is something that, the manuals of divination as we see them is this very like one line, like when this falls in this house or when
yeah.
this number follows this number, it means this. Well, you can't possibly know that is always going to apply.
Hmm.
And that's the depths and the relationship with divination that happens as we start to naturally, through familiarity, our mind links things together more and
Yeah.
braids that information together. We go, I don't talk to my mother the same way I talk to my lover.
Hmm.
And it's not that especially we're talking about different languages sometimes, but it's still a different language even within the same language. The contextualization of, that was such a great, there was a comedian, I wish I could remember his name, but he was talking about during the many wonderful debates about the use of certain hate speech against different ethnic groups, and people saying, well, why can't I use certain words? That's not fair. How come you get to use it? And it's like, you, right now, go walk down the street with your wife next to you and call another woman baby and see what your wife does. So you understand that there's conditional calling and use of language.
Yeah,
It's already built into how we operate. So
yeah,
you don't get to criticize that you don't get to use that word. There will be consequences. So
yeah.
it's like such an easy, wonderful explanation. I will I will find that thing and footnote it and put it in our. By the way, we have a Patreon. Come listen to us talk about many things and have footnotes and red threads and things.
Hmm.
Thank you to our patrons, Patreonics, histrionics. That's just me. Um,
Yeah, thanks, supporters. Much appreciated.
yeah. So I guess I'm curious about the interrelation of all those things too. Is like, if the evil eye constantly being removed, like what are the symptoms of evil eye? Are the symptoms of being overheated,
Mm,
right? That you're like diarrhea, bad digestion, unable to get things done because it's just overwhelming, energy drain. It's like being overheated in
mm,
general.
hmm.
Um, and that carries to like, we don't want to look at babies, which is a very common thing of like cultural differences in Southern California happened all the time of you don't look at a Mexican baby. It's none of your business. You don't look at it and go, who's a cute little baby? And then
Yeah,
you have to go home and clean them and do a limpia with an egg and be like, please take this thing away.
yeah,
That this crazy person wants to be like, but why can't I look at your baby? It's not your baby to look at.
right,
Um,
right. Yeah.
so, and I love that you bring up too the notion of British conceptions of evil eye versus perhaps Italian and other versions that like the evil eye itself as it's tied into all of these wonderful snake mythologies that we're finding so many links here. It's like setting up a bowling ball with pins. The eyes on the front of a Greek ship, right, being like the eyes of the Gorgon that plan things out, but the Gorgons themselves also being a very specific mythological set to examine that might have like Apep relations, but also, man, if anybody follows on Facebook the Divine Shekinah, however you want to pronounce this word, Shekinah, the author there does a really amazing series of posts on Divine Feminine that is linking a lot of mythologies, or especially in the Mediterranean,
Mm,
together through etymology and through understanding how time evolves. That one goddess in 5000 BCE that's in one area then becomes 12 different goddesses that can sometimes come back and recombine, but then are
mm,
distinct personalities because of their answering certain cultural values.
hmm.
Um, but the notion that the Gorgons are an ancient race of like Amazonian culture that found cities, and we have cities that are like the Gorgons are originally centaur-like. Women on horses, basically. And
Oh,
the notion, and because even in ancient Greek depictions of Perseus is killing a centaur woman,
oh,
it is a beast. It is the notion of a beast and otherness
yeah,
that is there. And there is the long thing, even going into Black Athena, and that the understanding that Gorgon might simply be dreadlocked hair that
yeah,
becomes something else. But the notion of the gaze of the Gorgon being the tusk thing with the bulging eyes, that there is even perhaps link to the Kali cult, and not Kali as this ancient expression of one thing, but the specific gaze of Kali with fanged and bulging eyes,
Oh,
and unbound hair, which in Hindu orthography, yes, iconography, symbolizes menstruation.
oh,
And the warning that the hair is not, it is now wild,
ah,
and the heat can't be bound. You have to let the heat go out the hair. So this notion there that there is a link between all of these bulging-eyed female spirits with the tongue coming out and the teeth and the vagina dentata of it all, also being a conquering force that can bring incredible foundation, but also devours all of us in the end. Um,
hmm,
and I, so you get bulging eyes, teeth, gaze, snakes, multiple arms and legs, always being defeated by, in the earlier versions of Perseus, being looked at as like he's just going along with an army and then destroys this beast. It wasn't like a big divine plan. And even
hmm,
myths get refined and brought into, well, that story. People complain about what Disney does, but Disney is doing what myths have always been subject to,
yeah,
revamping to fit a cultural desire, need, and to a certain amount, capital gain.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it's nothing new. And it's part of a fascinating evolution of how things go that now it's like there's cartoons and dolls that get associated with it. But I mean, come on, if you're I was looking at this with Artemis of Ephesus recently of uh, specifically the incorporation of Kybella into the Artemis cult, which I thought there always would be a connection there, but that it was literally the meteorite that was Kybella was put into the crown of the statue of Artemis of Ephesus.
yes,
And that the town itself moved the priesthood to the like civic center of Ephesus and then made duplicate statues of Artemis there. And that the notion of the breasts themselves is going on a real big tangent today, but the breasts themselves might be stomachs of sacrificed animals that are filled with goods, because statues of from that time period are very aware of what skin is and never depict the breasts of Artemis of Ephesus as being one, having nipples, or two, being the same color as head, feet, and hands. And
hmm,
that we have male depictions or depictions of male deities with many of the same things, including earlier depictions of Kybella, where it's a belt that she wears that might be wine-filled sacks, bull testicles, or any number of things that are proposed, because it's all talked about in Mysteries of Artemis of Ephesus by Guy McLean Rogers. It sits right off my desk because I'm footnote or I'm tagging a lot with things. But also, there's a great YouTube video by a guy that just kind of opened up that wonderful interpretation, because fascinated with Artemis of Ephesus and the connections to Kybella and therefore other kind of Eastern Mediterranean explorations of foundational goddesses depicted with pillars on their heads,
hmm,
which goes into things like Hecate, Tanith, and others.
yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that Gorgon side, I think, though, leaves us two options that are helpful, and we'll go back to Clover to kind of cool us down at some point, cool my ass down. But Basilisk and Coral both
Yeah.
kind of come out of this, and I think Basilisk is probably the
Yeah. Yeah, let's go
a
into more
fun
of
look of there.
the scorching things and then we can talk about more remedies and stuff. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, you do get people talking about the basilisk, the being that can kill through sight, absolutely being referenced very early on to those slightly later ideas about the Gorgons doing the same, petrification, as well as like just killing, envenoming in some sense. We've got, yeah, all sorts of stuff we can get into. It's definitely been something that people have pondered for a very long time, and for some interesting reasons that ultimately come back to its links as a serpent of sorts, as well
Mhm.
as this prevalence of like trying to assess the natural magic and natural science and the natural history of like how an animal can do this. Like again, how does it do its evil eye thing? Which is yeah, absolutely, almost like we planned this.
This one we did. It's okay. It's
Mhm.
the design of the serpent.
There we
Um,
go. There we go.
yeah.
Helix is about. So you got Pliny, as we often do. Thank you, Pliny, talking about the serpent called the basilisk. Um, he specifically talks about it as being produced in the province of Cyrene. He says it's not actually that big, being no more than 12 fingers in length. He talks about it. We talk about the crown of goddesses having a white spot on its head, strongly resembling a sort of diadem. When it hisses, all the other serpents fly from it, and it does not advance its body like the others by a succession of folds, but moves along upright and erect upon the middle. It destroys all shrubs not only by its contact, but by those even that it has breathed upon. It burns up all the grass too, and breaks the stones. So tremendous is its noxious influence. Was formerly a great general belief, says Pliny, that if a man on horseback killed one of these animals with a spear, again, the poison would run up the weapon and kill not only the rider, but the horse as well. So talk about like contagious like contact, right? To this dreadful monster, the effluvium of the weasel is fatal, a thing that has been tried with success. For kings have often desired to see its body when killed. So true is it that it has pleased nature that there should be nothing without its antidote, right? So yes, there's problems, but there's also solutions. The animal is thrown into the hole of the basilisk, the weasel, right, which is easily known from the soil around it being infected. The weasel destroys the basilisk by its odor, but dies itself in this struggle of nature against its own self. So there is a lot going on there that I think is absolutely like fascinating in terms of when like it doesn't wander around with its eyes shut, and it doesn't just kill like people. It kills birds, animals. It poisons the soil around it. It poisons rivers, which it slicks its thirst in, are poisoned for hundreds of years. Fruits rot around it. It is a locus of decay, destruction, and deleterious disorder. Right? We get what? Why is this the case? It's, I think, here useful to talk about how there are overlaps, confusions, blurrings, interrelations with the cockatrice, right?
Hmm.
So we've got Chaucer later talking about the basilicock, um,
Hmm.
and it's drawing on these popular ideas of and study in folklore of mutation, of monstrous births, and so on, because it's argued that basilisk or the basilicock or the cockatrice forms from a deformed egg that's laid by a cockerel, so already like against nature, right? Not a hen, and then brooded on by a serpent or a toad. So it explains its chimeric form as a like thing that nature shouldn't do, an aberration, a monstrosity of some kind. That is also tied, as we talked about, monstere, a warning, a sign that things are out of order. Yes, decay is part of nature, but not this level of decay, right?
Hmm.
And crucially, it's pondered for a long time, partly again because of these notions of like extramission, of like how is it that a thing is killing by sight, but also because it is often translated by Christian encyclopedists, translating into the Vulgate the Hebrew Sefer, poisonous reptile, or
Hmm.
venomous reptile, we should probably say, and by extension, snakes. Which, as we've talked about, yeah, a few of those do exist, not as many as we think, and even less actually venomous, like lizards, right? Gila monster and not a lot else, right? Um, but it is talked about in those terms. We get Al-Dravani's Natural History of Serpents and Dragons describing it as scaled rather than feathered, but having these 8 legs. So a myriad of legs instead of a myriad of coils. And again, this idea that it doesn't move in slithering form, it moves in this weird uprightness, which again conjured a lot of ideas about what was the snake in the garden. If the snake in the garden was cursed with slithering on its belly, how was it moving before the curse? Right, which is where we get the
Hmm.
pogo sticking snake that I think we've talked about before as well. Yeah, just this idea and seeing how many sources there were around, like, oh, it doesn't just kill on sight. It destroys stones and singes grass. Again, it's this great heat, as well as this thing that encourages rot and like speeds things up and spoils things. Um, that's what it does. That's and not just because that's where its eyes are going, but because that's how it's venting out these humors, and it is um, challenged by the effluvia, the breath of the weasel itself. Like the Gorgon, it was also held that you could reflect its gaze back in a mirror. That would also kill it. There's even again links to the cockatrice and the idea of a chimeric like rooster form that it said that a crowing cock could kill it as well. And with
Hmm.
that, there's a bunch of overlap with other rooster lore about deadly spirits that are prevented or destroyed or dispelled or warded off by the crowing of the rooster. So there's like
Mm.
a bunch of stuff around it that I think is super fascinating. The confusion of nature, and again in this like um, it's a snake but it's not. It's a rooster but it's not. It has parts of those things. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but are there particular like bits of the law that you came across?
Well, I went down the rabbit hole of which cities and coats of arms from various
Oh,
medieval families
awesome.
all. So like
Hey,
I
heraldry.
Yeah, heraldry of it is literally the tied into Basel, Switzerland, and is
Uh-huh.
often when people are depicted in Italy as carrying snakes, especially in the north, it's a signifier that the Swiss came in.
Mm.
And this notion there, I also am interested in well, the name itself because I like rewriting The Little Prince as from the perspective of it's a basilisk. Um, but we had a lot of this kind of exploration back in the Wolf and Goat days of Basilisk because it's such a lovely woodcuts are available
Mm.
just there's descriptions and they don't really look anything like half the descriptions sometimes much like the demons like there's a long tradition of illustrators just really not caring about the descriptions that are they're illustrating
I'd like to,
but
yeah, I'll put a flag in that because, like, there is something very existential about, like, how to depict a basilisk. But please
yeah
go on. Yeah.
the notion of like well first you'd have to see one which means could you actually be alive
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
but the reflections and fun and town mirrors. So anyway, the notion of and this is obviously very popular conjecture of descriptions of cobras and long the beasts of long distanced places
Hmm.
lands far away that are reinterpreted through the lens that you know and being like what it kills you with your when you're within eyesight of it and the notion that a king cobra specifically has usually some very large circles on its when it opens its ribs up and looks like an additional eyes past its own snake eyes
Yeah.
from a distance, which is probably by design. Again, playing off the fact that everything in nature that has a face looks for other things that has faces, um,
And
and
also
that
it's hood looking, if
yes,
not like a crown itself, that like it looks like the extra kinds of like headdress of a crown.
yes, the headdress, the kind of Egyptian notion, which is probably based on that.
Mm.
Other cobras there, as well as the head and the coloring of the head being its own kind of crown upon the what looks like the larger head of
Mm.
the opened hood. This all sounds so metaphorical, which is exactly the issue of medieval bestiaries, right? Of trying to figure out how to it does what,
Yeah.
and you
Why?
know, yeah.
Why would a moral god let that happen? Like, what is it trying to
Yes.
teach us?
Oh, you see, there was a beautiful meme that was going around. I cannot remember the again. I'll footnote it. Um, at the end of time, in the judgment of the afterlife, that we will ask God, "Why did you let this happen?" And God will reflexively answer, "Why did you let this happen?"
Mm.
Um,
Mm.
but the answer of the basilisk. That wonderful God is just a really well trained psychologist who's like, and how does that make you feel? By reflecting the very thing you just said back at you. Making coral of venom and blood. Uh, so basilisk lore, it's tying into and by name of basil of it just being a similar etymology means that people associate the two together, even though basil is not meant to be poisonous anyway, but sometimes in some folk remedies it's felt to be a cure for a basilisk mild exposure. That the signs of basilisk are near in different folklores, especially when you go into northern Spain, where there's a lot of in Cantabria and Asturias and in Basque Country, even there's just notions of serpents that their mere presence can poison an area, which is
Mm.
very common. But that the recorded folklore and the extant folklore, as talked about, that certain herbs that are both cool and hot aka basil,
Hmm.
which has a little bit of a spicy kick to it,
Hmm.
are very good at kind of counteracting and bringing balance back to the body that has been exposed to the trail of the basilisk, because the basilisk is not just by its look or not just by its venom that can be expelled, aka cobra, but specifically that where it goes, waste and poison happen.
Yeah.
I'm also fascinated by the incredible changing size of the basilisk, that it goes from like, a little 10-inch serpent to like something huge.
Hmm.
Um, I do find the notion, again, you do see some cockerels, they can lay eggs occasionally. And so this notion of something that's not, if you're a farmer, not beyond the realm of reason,
Mm.
but is still against the normal flow of things,
Yeah.
is fascinating. I love the overlap with the cockatrice,
Mm.
in general, because it's when there's a hagiographic blur,
Hmm.
that is two different creatures, in the same way that I think about the cockatrice and the basilisk convergence as similar to, was it, I think Lakato talks about this, of like, and it's been noted by many folklorists, of until a few hundred years ago, werewolves, vampires were the same entity.
Right.
They become now, you know, thanks to Underworld and Twilight, forever different. I'm being sarcastic because it's long before that, but um, I have my own thoughts about Underworld, which I've said many times. Um, if you're an ancient vampire, why do you act like a 26-year-old actor? Um, so I do think that the constant ascription, and the basilisk is one that goes back to a lot of everybody kind of citing everybody else, is that this, I've heard this thing exists. It's the urban legend creature,
Yeah.
right? And we, like Chaucer, great, whatever, how many times great uncle that he is, um, uh, portmanteau of basilisk and cock, right? So basilicock,
Hmm.
is there. And mirrors as cures is fascinating, or mirrors as prevention,
Yeah.
which we use for evil eye, which we use for a lot of things. But the idea of, I went down a rabbit hole of someone talking about the mirror of the basilisk being kind of a metaphor for inoculation, which
Huh.
I was like, hey, I can see that. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
not as a, it's always this thing, but a thing of like, sure, using a mirror of the thing to weaken its ability to kill,
Yeah.
is absolutely what,
A little image of it, a little
yeah,
piece of it. Yeah.
exactly. And then it was, in the recent, I was writing the oil article for British GNI this year, and got into this one book that, God, I wish I could remember things. It'll come to me in a second. Um, but was talking about rays of coming off of a saint,
Ah.
and saint image specifically, and capturing it in a mirror,
Mm.
that pilgrims that wanted to have access to holiness and proximity to iconography and relics and things like this could not only make edible pills of dirt mixed with oil and water from holy places, and mix it with other edible things so as to make like wafers that they could then give to their family as cure when needed.
Yeah.
Um, but this, I guess, just a larger notion there of how to capture things in a mirror. So it brings to mind that the shield of Perseus, right, with its mirror-like polish, the notion of putting the head of the Gorgon on Athena's shield, of
Yeah.
like, does it have to be the Gorgon, or can it just be capturing a thing the same way we would capture a starlight? And in the modern
Hmm.
magical marketplace, people don't have a problem with capturing starlight in a mirror or a talisman. They do have a problem with exposure to a saint relic emitting the same type of rays. And that's
Mm.
because we don't think in terms of rays anymore. There's something
Mm.
else, this kind of pseudoscience sneaks in, and it
Yeah.
makes it very difficult to accept those things. But the concept of light, it was Jeremy Coring, Koering, Iconophages, A History of Ingesting Images.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So thank you, Katarina Pevich, for that book rec. But specifically, in eating oils, eating things that pass over objects, all these things, these are incredibly documented.
Hmm.
And this is dismissed now, of like, okay, look at how cute that is, that you think. But like, again, if you believe that the light of a star is going to imbue, because suddenly you can see the star in the reflection of the water or the mirror, but somehow proximity to something doesn't grant that same thing. It's like, we're it's a basilisk thing here, right? That that proximity to the poison itself burns the eyes, burns the health of the person, that the land itself suffers when certain serpentine energies are around.
Yeah.
That a land is cursed because of how it acts. Not You're not going to find a demon in a cave in a thriving city, supposedly.
Hmm.
Now, the caves of our consciousness, that's a whole other thing, and there's demons everywhere, and we put a fresh, the like um uh performative morality is like the fingernail polish of um of something, right? You're
Of
covering up
allyship.
of gunking things that are there, of like, oh, but we're all pink together today.
Hmm.
So I guess the basilisk is an extended metaphor and exploration in the power of gaze, the power of proximity, the weight or gravitas of like, it's a reverse charisma, right? It's a weird
Yeah.
thing, the
Hmm.
basilisk, of like, it causes an ill health of everything around it.
Yeah.
Which is again the enemy on both sides. And do basilisks mate with other basilisks and make baby basilisks? In which case, then it would it poison its own family?
Mm.
And these are the things that keep me awake at night. Um,
The charm element is really interesting because looking at like a bit more of the earlier history of this notion of extramission, of sending rays out that touch things to send info back to our brains, that sight as a kind of tactility, if you want to frame it like that. We
yeah.
get Empedocles actually talking about the human eye. He posits that it's Aphrodite, speaking of this reverse charisma, that makes the human eye, out of the four elements, and then it's her that lights the fire in the eye, which shines out from it, which makes sight possible. And we get Plato talking about it, Euclid, Ptolemy, and Galen all kind of in various ways endorse or develop these kinds of ideas. But I find that really interesting about like if sight is about touching, it's used as a way of explaining how it would be possible. So the idea of a basilisk is as infectious as its supposed actual monstrosity, right? And this is thought to be how it might work. That, as the Pharsalia puts it, that it can kill without biting, right? By looking, these killing glances that it can give. Um, which is also interesting how, like, yeah, Thomas Brown dismisses the myth as more monstrous than the creature itself.
Mm. Yeah. Isn't that always the notion? The anxiety over something is far worse um,
Yeah,
than anything. I
yeah,
mean,
the
political
yeah
climate
the image making faculties of the imagination, right? Yeah, the capacity for us to haunt ourselves. We're back to self evil eyeing.
yes.
Absolutely, right. And this is also kind of present in like I said, that like existential tension of like reports of them, right? This fundamental difficulty in the notion of a natural history or science of a thing that kills anyone that sees it. How do you report that? um, Borges
Um,
translates some lovely lines from Quevedo's romance El Basilico.
mhm.
Translates it as, if alive he is, who one time saw thee, the story he tells of thee is lies. For if he died not, he never saw thee. And if see thee truly did, he died.
Mhm. Yeah. Thankfully, to the pile of notes that are still on my desk. Just to backtrack because the quote is interesting.
Oh yeah.
Can read my own handwriting. I can. One pilgrimage account mentions the surprising, to say the least, ingestion of a piece of bread that had been put in contact with a mirror that had previously taken the reflection of a relic. The
Mm,
operational logic of this transmission of power cannot, of course, be understood without including the fact that for the medieval mind, the image reflected in the mirror was the result of the material diffusion of rays. The virtus deposited in the relic radiated out thanks to the spiritelli emanating from the object and broadcast into space. These, quote, material, unquote, spirits could consequently be captured, imprisoned, and then released by mirroring.
yeah, there's a sense that this is still physical, right?
Yes.
It's too small for the naked eye. People weren't like, that's not a new concept.
No.
Exactly how much was present, and once we had microscopes to look at, yes, that shocked people. But the old idea of magnets being, how do they work? Is that they're sending out tiny but physical screws that attach to things with the holes for those things that are magnetic to pull them together. Like it's conceived of as not just a force of physics, but like a material thing.
Hmm. Well, and again, there is no there's this idea in the kind of when we go to metaphysics as something being non-physical, right? There's an
Hmm.
invisible world, which yes, of course, but to the medieval mind, there is a boundary, there is a hellmouth that you can find if you are
Hmm.
wandering in the woods. It exists that
Yeah.
equally you can get to heaven. It's just that heaven is above us. And so it is harder to get to. That God is beyond the limits of the fixed stars, and therefore is very distant. And so we are subject to the material world and all of the devil working through the material world, as opposed to working supernaturally.
Right.
And that the over reliance on the material world is also this wonderful contestation of accusation. Um,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. The devil is at the center of the world, and also this, yeah, demiurgic figure, able to manipulate those natural forces. Hence
Yeah.
why the evil eye can look like, or actually be getting sick sometimes.
Yes. That,
Mm.
that, that is not, everything is not just, well, we do this on our own too. Like it's very easy to dismiss and be like, oh, it's just, I'm not feeling well. You're like, well, why aren't you feeling well? I don't know. Well, did you eat? Did you
Mm.
poop? Did you like,
Mm.
what's going on here? Like there could be like an actual explanation that is compounded by magic, but like, again, the whole, you can't get a job if you don't apply for any.
Hmm.
Um,
Right.
most of the
Right.
time, I would say there's probably a 1% chance that someone could knock on your door saying, I need help. I can pay you,
Yeah.
but like very rare.
Hmm.
Um,
And especially if you've not done that before, right? Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So, okay, Basilisk, I feel like you've been done justice.
I had
And
one more thing. It's
give it.
it's kind of a tangent. It's the
We don't do those on this show. What
it's
are you
the
talking
thought,
about?
and it's a little bit of my like just I want to give it a fair shot, but I just don't feel it deserves one. There's a bugbear thought experiment called Rocco's Basilisk, that I got into on a tangent on this stuff. That is interesting because some people have dubbed it an information hazard, an info hazard, something that is dangerous to even know about. And so this idea of it's called a basilisk because there's this notion that like once you know it, something is looking back at you. It comes from a post on a forum of this rationalist site, Less Wrong, which I have not dug into, and I'm sure is full of some very lovely people trying to do some good stuff. The only accounts I hear of it are kind of suggesting that it's full of a lot of Silicon Valley tech folk who are doing the sort of moral philosophy equivalent of new atheists thinking they've solved theology. Um, but so,
Hmm.
okay, this thought experiment goes like this. When all right, sorry. When inevitably we build a super duper singularity event style AI that's capable of simulation modeling the entire cosmos from start to finish, and we ask it to optimize human civilization, as of course we will, in the course of thus having total knowledge of everything that's happened before it was built, won't it naturally want to punish everyone who didn't help it come into existence? The crucial part of the experiment here is that it says, given that you now know about this future basilisk from the thought experiment's own modeling, shouldn't you actively try to start building it to avoid the infinite punishment and torture that such a supercomputer AI could exact on you? And what like freaks people out is this idea that this basilisk can see you in its past from our future slash its present, right?
Hmm.
And this
Hmm.
is why I don't know how many people, but a certain number of people think this is itself an information hazard. That knowing about this means that like now you're in the target of this future singularity computer and its vengeance. And I think it gets, I don't know how much, but a limited amount of traction because it touches on, popular simulation theories and singularity stuff, and plays on both like legitimate concerns and certainly like scaremongering about artificial intelligence. It's also just kind of existential creepypasta, right? And I don't like take it terribly seriously because like philosophically it assumes a lot of things. There's a lot of assumptions going on. The certainty of technological achievements. Never mind the idea that a godlike AI would waste resources trying to exact vengeance for a past that even it can't actually change.
Hmm.
There's also some weird like denial of human agency in favor of like strong arming some acausal blackmail. It just seems to say a lot about what certain people think power looks like. Hashtag shadow work. I'm going to build a better tomorrow, and that starts with murdering and eternally cyber tormenting everyone who stood in my way. Where I do think it gets potentially interesting from a moral philosophy stance, I just rewatched The Good Place. Is
Yeah.
that
That's
is
where we're
is
going to go with that.
yeah, yeah. Is some people have said that this is an interesting example of the prisoner's dilemma, right?
Hmm.
Ideally, just no one should build the damn basilisk, right? But even if you don't build it, what if someone else is going to? and therefore shouldn't you damn them before they damn you, right? In the same way of the classic prisoner's dilemma being about, do you shop your mate who's in a separate interrogation cell to the cops, worrying that he's going to do the same to you. And here's where folks get into like game theory and its political relevance to like ever militarizing industrial technocratic complexes, right? Someone's going to do the thing that, that whole like weapons tech and the violence of progress and all those kinds of things. Regardless of that, I just think it's fascinating how we keep constructing demiurges, right? And
Yeah.
dangerous archons and things. It's like a doom prophecy for atheists, a kind of singularity millenarianism, and the idea of like, again, to be seen by a thing, to see a thing is to be affected by it. And also with this, wider or different notion of like info hazards, that there's another idea of forbidden knowledge or knowledge that damns you or that forces you to do a thing, otherwise you'll be punished. It was interesting to me as a kind of like little coda on thinking about like modern basilisks, and
Mhm.
how they are being talked about at least in a corner of popular discourse right now.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's a
Yeah.
weird one.
I the kind of just in general, right? So I'm sure you came across all the biblical quotes and the constant portrayal of enemies as basilisk or sons of vipers and adders and
Yeah, yeah.
lions and basilisk, which the lion and basilisk is directly quoting Isaiah and
Mm,
the Vulgate, and like draconum being interpreted as um basilisk, I believe specifically, right? Leonum et draconum as asp and excuse me, lion and basilisk.
oh yeah, and sometimes that's dragon, and sometimes like yeah,
Mhm. You will
poisonous
tread on the
reptile.
asp and the basilisk. You will trample the lion and the dragon underfoot.
Hmm.
Basilicum is there, and then repeated later as draconum. But you brought up the Hebrew python, right? Python
Hmm.
of going there. Cobra in modern translations, and what is the that really pretty one? For out of the serpent's root shall come forth a basilisk, and his fruit shall be a fiery flying serpent.
Hmm.
In Isaiah.
So we've got some foreshadowing of flying, dare we say, feathered serpents as well here.
Yeah, why not? Well, it's funny because I like um if going into like flying serpents, like what as a day sign, it's kind of fun because we're going in a different order than we usually do with some of this shit.
Hmm.
Um Quat, wow, that was a little bit wet. Sorry. Quat is yes associated with Quetzalcoatl because it's in his name, but it's still dramatically isolated from that particular theot that god form,
Mm.
and is more associated. The day sign itself is most associated with Xochitlicue, the deity of fresh water.
Oh yeah, yeah, like rivers and running water
Yeah,
and even
yeah.
oceans sometimes, right?
Sometimes she had there's another saltwater deity that comes in more commonly, but water in general, Jade's her name is like Jade Skirt Woman.
Mm.
And so anytime there's this notion of skirt, it's goddess is such a weird word, right? Like we still are reliant on this kind of Germanic Brito-Germanic inheritance of what deities are, and concepts of like, Dila deity and the kind of post-saint inheritance that it's very hard because
What they're of.
well, yeah, what are they the deity of, as opposed to like a value center that might be something completely different
Mm.
um than just ofness. But the notion of like the serpent skirt is the earth mother, and Chalchitlique is not necessarily not the earth mother. She's just it's water related. And alternatively the one who wears the night robe of stars or jewels from above, or the lady of maintenance,
Mm.
because again, water is a thing. Um, but yeah, so wife of Tlaloc, of course, Tlaloc has other wives, and mother of the moon, according to some, but not the female moon or the moon god. And
Mm.
again, Aztec as a group, or the Mexica more appropriately, because Aztec describes something different, and is specifically a political term to try and separate Mexicans from their cultural heritage, because Mexica is too close. But She was the ruler of the fourth sun, and in our five sun kind of mythology, sometimes sixth sun, but the world was destroyed by flooding. That was how it was like, we're not doing this so well. She's the protector of the fifth of things, specifically the fifth day and the fifth trecena. So Quat is the fifth day sign serpent. And I like the etymological connection, right? Because at means water. So ko at, right? There's a relationship to the word water itself. These kind of foundational blocks of things like akat is reed, which grows by at water, and the flowing nature of Quat, or at least the connection to rain and fertility and the necessity of how crops grow. Again, going back to corn as the foundation of everything. She is also associated with 3 and 6, in addition to the 5 of the fifth day being Quat. But Yei, which is days that start with 3, and she's the sixth lord of night, which is just as the night goes, there's 9 deities that kind of take over in kind of a planetary hour fashion of dividing the night up into 9 hours.
Ah.
And the Lord of Night in some versions of interpretation of where your soul energies come from, the Lord of Night is actually the one that gives you the Iot. And in other versions, the Iot is determined in other manners. So it's
Mm.
just, they're always looking at the calendar for what gods are relevant to a person. So you kind of get anywhere from 3 to 5. Sometimes they overlap, but everyone says that the day is very important, and that the number is very important. So oftentimes the trecena comes into it. But
Mm.
so if you're like 7 flint knife, or in this case, just use quat as an example. If you're 3 quat,
Mm.
this by nature means that Chachiuhtlicue owns 3 and she owns serpent. So what Chachiuhtlicue has to be a deity that you propitiate in your lifetime. She will always come up for you because you are doubly associated with her. Where your third soul comes from, or is animated by or tied to, there's different forms of that. And it's so anyway, Quat as an energy is, it's change without changing. It's that
Mm.
that notion of it is connected to time. It is considered to be kind of emphasizing the Quetzalcoatl nature of it, of a bad day to act on self-interest or allow yourself to fall into kind of lack of awareness.
Mm.
So it's a good day for, they say for humility, but humility in this case is about understanding what um, your reach is at that moment.
Mm.
Humility is not performative humility here. This is how close are you to the basilisk.
Mm.
The humility is I am the basilisk and cannot get too close to you.
Mm.
So there's an understanding here that it's understanding your place in that moment on days that are associated with snake,
Yeah.
not necessarily being like, oh, I have to bow before everything. No, it's in this moment. I have to be aware of what I am transmitting, what I am emitting, what rays, what spiritelli are going
Mm.
off of me,
Mm-hmm.
the heat and the coldness involved. Because if you are not considering the other person or the world around you's energies, quite like we were talking about with divination, therefore serving your self-interest, perhaps, you will end up poisoning something. You will end up, because the serpent is also dependent upon heat, right? It can't produce its own heat.
Cold-blooded, right?
So,
Yeah.
yeah, this notion of this is why the serpent is ultimately water first,
Mm.
and yes, can breathe fire, which is an incredibly powerful thing, the venom that's there, but it's serpents Quatl is still water related. At is in the name.
Yeah.
So it makes me think of Nagas and things like this,
Huh.
fire and lightning spirits, yes, but they still bring water. They still bring the floods. They still bring rain.
Yeah.
And therefore, what is Quat associated with? A rain deity,
Yeah.
Chachiuhtlicue, and the fecundity that comes with this. But hidden within that is this notion of the 13-day period, the trecena that starts with Sequatl. One snake is ruled by Xiuhtecutli. Xiuhtecutli, the Lord of the Year, the precious Lord, is also known as Huehueteotl, is the old man of fire. It's fire itself,
Mm.
and although is referred to as like grandfather fire, creator of all life, he is referred to as mother and father of the gods.
Um,
Is the kind of Hestia position of this is where everything starts, and that Xiuhtecutli um, is wedded, or as Huehueteo, the kind of old man hunchback aspect of him that carries a brazier on his shoulders to
Hmm.
be the fire censer and things like this, is wedded to Xochitl, so the water deity, but also his female counterpart or female manifestation, some might say, sometimes sister, sometimes not really wife, but dual nature. The female side of him is Chantico. Chantico is the hearth, the indoor fire. So there's the primal fire that's the fulcrum of the universe around which the universe is spinning.
Mm.
That friction creates fire, and therefore the universe in movement creates awareness and brings the gods forth. And this is compared to like the fire drill, right? That's through friction brings consciousness into each of our heads. That the gods, certain gods, are holding those fire sticks together based upon our day of birth, and this is why we owe them reciprocity of energy and things like this.
Uh,
So the Nawal of with Chantico, he is viewed to be both this controlled fire and then the raging fire that is a product of friction of between all things, is symbolic of Ometeotl, the duality of God, the highest conception of God we can have that's not abstract, but is
mm.
still pretty abstract. Um, then the Nawal is Shiaquat, which is the fire serpent. So Shia, the fire lord, has access to Shiaquat. But it's interesting then because Fire Serpent has to modify Shia onto Quat, which inherently contains the name water in it. So every 52 years, when the calendars align, specifically Tonoquali, which is a 260-day calendar, and the solar stellar calendar that is 365 days. Every 52 years, these align. And there's a new fire ceremony where all the fires are put out and restarted in kind of a remembrance of how the universe was born into existence.
Mm.
Um, it seems like it's this great epic thing, but it's also helpful to remember that the Mexica were around for, under 300 years.
Mm.
So they did this a few times and created a really detailed mythology about why it is that they have to do it. Um, and then the Spanish recording it of there probably was a lot of sacrifice. We have evidence of a lot of sacrifice. But to the volume of which the Spanish recorded, the Spanish were probably just trying to get some good fundraising efforts going about how
Right,
bizarre everything was.
right.
Um,
Nothing burns like an effigy.
yeah, and interestingly, Xietecutli, to show the reciprocity right here. So the Lord of Fire, the turquoise Lord, the precious Lord. Turquoise signifies preciousness. Just as jade signifies preciousness. So jade skirt, water, and Xietecutli, turquoise Lord. He's the Lord of Fire, but is patron of the day, water, which we'll talk about eventually as well. So like, there's always this relationship between fire and water, Atlachinoli, or the concept of opposites being bound in as one concept. Non oppositional dualism
Yeah.
is my favorite way to describe it. So there's a lot of things going there. Like Xiaotokutli is associated with the number one, um, because of the primacy. He's the start. He's also the first Lord of Night, so the first deity that starts the sequence of the Lords of Night.
Huh.
Fire in order to get to go through the nighttime. So Quat as an energy has these tyings to water, tyings to, I mean, mythologically, when we look at the larger thing of the earth being referred to as Coatlicue, serpent skirt, but Coatlicue herself is part of a complex of deities that are all earth mothers in some way, of which there are several Coatlicues, or at least different manifestations, of which sometimes even includes like Xochicatl, the goddess of love and beauty, that these deities chopped off their own heads in order to keep the sun moving.
Mm.
When we talk about the sun, when it was created, it just stood in the sky burning everything. So the four primal mother forces cut off their own heads, which in some ways is parallel to ejaculation. And it's considered to be like ejaculation times ejaculation of the men, so that the female, which produces life, now beheads herself and the blood spurts up. And through this sacrifice, the sun now moves. And
Mm.
it is the sun of movement. Now we all lean for movement or for earthquake, or this concept of something not staying still
Mm.
allows the sun to nourish and not incinerate the world. Um,
Right, right.
so
An equilibrium of dynamic balance.
yes, and then that narrative kind of ties again into Xiaotokutli as the fulcrum around which things are spinning, and that friction that's born from fire that can then be beneficial as opposed to destroy the universe. But then that ties it into the great calendar round of the 52-year cycle and how we have to rekindle things to find balance and acknowledge the dangers of what's going on in order to answer them and remedy them rather than just go, it's bad and we don't want to talk about it. So it goes back to like that same conception of with Apep of it happens nightly. So these things are constantly happening, have to be constantly be engaged with. It is something happening every night on some level and on a larger scale of decades, years, the 52-year knot, and the sacrifices that have to be made in those ways.
Mm,
So I also, as far as Quat, which is always of interest to me for those people that are interested in like the dualities of things that are so inherent in Mexica cosmology and the larger indigenous traditions of Mexico, the kind of life-death duality, half skull, half living face, the notion of cuate in modern Spanish. Cuate means twin.
mm.
So if you're a twin, cuate comes specifically from cuat, from snake, and it's the relationship between the shed and the serpent.
Oh.
Um, so this type of thing is that one is the determination of the other. Which one is which? You know, that has its own value and exploration. But for instance, that there's this conception that don't always agree with a certain professor who finds more things out about Santísima Muerte as the cult kind of evolves in the last 25 years publicly. But this kind of Guatemort thing that is called this kind of hybridization of Guadalupe and La Muerte as being a new thing. And if you are Chicano, if you're Mexican, you understand that they are the same thing. Life cannot exist without death. Death cannot exist without life.
Mm.
That the relationship is that death and life are cuate. They're cuates, right?
Yeah.
They're the serpent and the shed of life. The shed of life is death. The shed of death is life. It is a cyclical round that is happening. It is an Ouroboros that is
Mm.
happening. So cuate as a term, you know, we see this in the kind of there's a famous image from one of the codices of Ehecat, Quetzalcoatl wearing the breath mask. Ehecat was the day sign we talked about a while ago of wind,
Mhm.
um, contrasted, like glued at the back to Mictlantecutli as death, the Lord of Mictlan, the Lord of Death. So breath and life as being bound inextricably to death. This is Cuate, this is serpent. So the notion here that Cuat or Chichan in Maya is always going to be related to this relationship between it can't move because it doesn't have legs, and yet it moves faster and more scarily than we do. The way
Mm.
that the pyramid, I think it's at Chichen Itza of when light comes down on the solstice, that it trickles down. The way that the architecture is, it kind of shows like the giant plumage of Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan, and at the bottom of it, it looks like a serpent descending the stairs. The way the light hits it.
Mm.
Um, but balance, protections, cyclical nature, preciousness of water and life being green blue,
Mm.
um, and that green blue as preciousness also describes the value to which we can ascribe fire and breath and the Theo, the divine energies that are these things. Um, I think I mentioned this once before when we were talking about this, but I really love the description of Theo as kind of um, gods, yes, but snapshots of a valuable insight into something.
Right, right.
Um, and that moment, the reason there's so many corn gods is because every part of this corn must be acknowledged as this is how you go from fresh kernel to seed to something you can plant to eating it again in a year.
Mm.
And the nature of these things are guideposts and landmarks along the way. Um, the preciousness of that itself
Mm.
is interesting.
Mm.
Fire is water is fire is snake.
Mm.
Um, well, that's my TED talk.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. Yeah.
Uh, um, I guess where that I guess where I'm kind of interested in that too is that kind of the origin behind all things, as far as my own kind of predisposition towards Justicia. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for sure. There were definitely points that I noted down. Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you wanna been mixing it up? Do you wanna start with some kind of Okana takes in terms of that firstness?
yeah, I mean, because every the kind of homophonic
Mhm.
nature between Odu, especially specifically Ifa. is what we're that then allows us to link in the lagoon, and we can. There's many different theories about this, and some of which will get me hanged if I talk about them too much. But the notion that there might have been pre-existent divination systems in West Africa before Ifa as a codified system was incorporating what to most historians, so I can pass the buck here,
Mhm.
now say is a merging of the predominant religious cult of Orisha or other deities in the area with Islam. And so we can trace the evolution of the signs of Ifa specifically. We can't, beyond that we don't know. But the and 16 is, as we've talked about many times, is a very interesting one because 16 does not occur naturally on the body in the way that 12, 14, and therefore base 60, base 70 through interactions between five and 5 digits and the interstitial spaces of 12 or 14 on the fingers.
Mhm.
Base 5, base 10, base 12, base 14, base 60, base 70, base 20, fingers and toes. These are naturally occurring numerical base systems. You can theoretically expand that into any base, but 16 is really fucking weird. And
Mm.
it's extrapolative of two interactions of 4 points of off and on. But because of that, it doesn't seem to have independently evolved anywhere. Parallel evolution, let's say, it does not seem to be as big with these figures. It seems that we can trace the archaeological evidence of the use of dot, two dots, or circles and lines to determine these figures.
Mm.
Um, and so, anywhere from the 8th to the 11th century of an influence of Islam and sand cutting and geomantic figures, at least giving new containers to that which might have already existed
Yeah.
within divination. And certainly, I would argue that that's the case, just for the depth of some things that are there that make a really good sense, and the codifying of these things and the divine ancestry of what is attributed to Ashada, Akoda, and Orumila. But um, I also don't think that trying to figure out the reality of when these things evolve and how they evolve takes away from the beauty of the system.
No.
Mythology does not need to be. I think it adds to the mythology, quite honestly.
Yeah.
And so there's other things there that we can look at of kind of Ifa being going from a temple-based system to a client-based system that allows certain things to survive and allow for clients from multiple religious expressions.
Mm.
Um, Specifically, so that the deities survive in a client-based system where you no longer have to join the cult or bring a tithe to the temple of your town, but you can pay money. You can bring a rooster to someone who will make sure that your problem goes away, and you never have to know how they did it.
Mm.
um, that nature of it through geomancy and the kind of explorations of those things there. Um, all that to say that in the translation here, that the figure of Tristitia of 2221 going from top to bottom, where there's one dot on the bottom and an opening, like looks like a pit, um,
Mm.
uh, here, or an upside the rainbow under the earth, let's say,
Mm.
the muddy rainbow. That figure called Okanran is in Ifa directly translated into the cowrie shell system as Okana in the kind of Cuban expression, not kind of, in the Cuban expression. Okana becomes Okana and is one. One cowrie is speaking. So it's associated now with the number one.
Mm.
And the metaphors and proverbs kind of come from with that, including notions of the world started with one, without good there is no evil, without evil there is no good type of thing.
Mm.
The interrelationship between things. I was looking at some old essays by Stuart Ochonielele Baye, who wrote some of the more prominent in English available Dilagun books. Highly controversial, highly criticized, highly whatever. Everybody has the books and references them. Um, People that aren't or are lying, they'll tell you, no, 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 that's not accurate. But like, really, we know who his teachers were. And there are many people that read with it. The main thing is like we were talking about earlier, if you apply everything that's listed in a description of an Odu, it's going to seem real fucking dire. It's better to understand broad strokes. I think that's one of the things that's hard, is that in collecting the folkloric expression of these incredibly complex, beautiful divination systems, that sometimes it's listing all the things that are interpretations of a harsh energy doesn't do a service to the future study
Mm,
the way that people think it does, and it ends up creating a negative kind of loop of, oh my God, but like we can remedy some things. Like that's the whole
mm,
point of this. But was looking at this old essay of his from the Feast of Obatala in 2011, from a live journal account that's still up. Um, but this he had a lot of philosophical insights into things that I like. That part of the brain, like that's beautiful. That's great to discuss Odu. Odu in its original form is poetry that is memorized word for word. And
yeah.
the name of the Babalao or the Orisha that's going for divination is often like something that is a hyphenated complex name that brings context to the situation at hand of like the roof falls down repeatedly, went for divination on a Tuesday at noon to Urmila and asked, my house falls down all the time. And you're like, but his name in the story is literally the roof falls down repeatedly. And like, okay, that's Yoruba especially has a beautiful relationship with contraction.
Mm,
It makes whole sentences into like a three-syllable word. And you're like, oh dear God. But quoting Stewart here of there was a time when cause said to the effect, you cannot exist without me. And to this the effect replied, and you would not be useful to humanity if I did not exist. Um, Personally, Stewart tends to over-explain things in his poetry. I think the first sentence was great. You cannot, cause says to the effect, you cannot exist without me, is enough. And the sentence itself, the utterance is cause and effect there, right?
yeah.
This lands into something. I've been thinking about Okana as relations to Justicia and why serpent of one, the evil eye is
Yeah.
here, the stink eye of and the stereotypes of people that have this Odu prominently of like you have to watch out. There is something that you need to pay attention, even more than you know Irosun, and we talked about the kind of evil eye or the warning that comes, the warning bells that come with that.
Yeah.
Um, but the world was created by one because of one the world began. If there's nothing bad, there's nothing good. From a good thing was born a bad thing, and from a bad thing was born a good thing. You can reverse things in this sign.
Mm,
So the for me, I look at that in many ways. Who is owning? I think, and Stewart goes on in that live journal episode to kind of look at Aristotle's four types of causes and
mm,
specifically citing efficient cause, also known as mechanical cause, and final cause, known as goal or purpose, as related to Okana.
mm,
And I this is the type of conversation I enjoyed having with him, having taken his classes and talked with him and argued with him online and things like this. I think, yes, study the traditional literature, study those things, do what your elders tell you, learn the system. That is not my job as an outsider to change those things.
mm.
I think that's why I was attracted to the system is like, this is so beautifully rich as it is. We owe it to the system to also learn it for what it is,
Yeah.
but also as a living tradition. Um, these discussions are fucking amazing, right? Like you're like, okay, yeah, cool, I get that. You don't go back and change the remedies and the precautions and things like that overtly. But every diviner, if they've been divining for 40 years, reads differently than other diviners who have been reading for 40 years in
Yeah.
every system I've ever seen. That is the beauty of it.
Mm,
And that those things that work can be transmitted to students and move on and go through it, which is part of the whole mystery of like why Ella wisdom manifests in a Rumila to begin with, right? It first comes down as the ocean because it can't be contained in a human head. And then what does a Rumila do? He gets to students, Ashadan Akoda, and teaches them wisdom cannot exist in one person. It must be transmitted and flow through
mm,
people.
mm,
It is part of the job of the prophecy wisdom deity to teach, to
mm,
educate, to increase wisdom.
mm,
So all of that stuff that that little seed, like I look at this the pit of Tristicia as like the hope at the bottom of Pandora's box. Like
mm.
it's all is not lost. We haven't scattered everything to the darkness of populace. We're not lost.
Mm,
There is still one point deep in the earth, and brings up that same poem I love every single fucking time. I'm like, I knew you when the earth was hot or cold. I knew you when the earth was hot. I knew you when my hands and soil sought the light within the earth,
mm,
which I believe is an Stewart quote. But with all that, looking at like the snake pit or the hunting pit, because in Kimbanda Congo, this Yowa is associated with Mutakolambo, so like a hunter energy, the hunter in Kisi.
mm,
And so to me, the hunting pit comes into play because this Yoa is associated not just with like this whole sadness thing that it gets in the Yoruba competition, but in this much more Bantu Angola interpretation. it has notions of plenty and prosperity. It is the bag that can fill with food.
Huh.
It is the trap that catch animals. You have to it's the work, you can't fall into it, but it is plenty. It is the sack waiting to be filled. So there's something there of like you have to know how to hunt and then you can fill the bag. And so
Yeah.
that side of it is interesting to me because if we go back to evil eye and everything that's there, it's like evil eye is also like, is it an evil eye to when the hunter sees the deer? And then literally the rays of the eye latch onto that deer and that becomes the obsession and links them somehow, which predicts death, right? Now you have linked death. This is the thing. You are going out to feed your family, your
Yeah.
community, and you must now literally shoot this deer down. But that sighting your target in sight, seems to begin here in some way. And I wonder if like Justicia as sadness in
Mm,
this way is obsessing on something that is not fruitful, perhaps,
mm,
or that needs to be the sole point of your focus, like grief,
yeah.
where you, what's the expression we used to talk about? I wish I could remember in some systems of divination within the Jilogun and Ifa that there's an Osobo or an Ibi, that you cannot see the oasis, that you're
Yeah.
lost in the desert. You just don't see where the relief is. You don't see where the hope is. And that loss of perspective is what has you down. Not that there isn't a solution, not that there isn't community or help, not that there's not enemies trying to hurt you, but that
Right.
you have lost hope. And
Yeah.
so all of that coming back to like hope in the bottom of the box, the pit that catches the person can also catch the deer or the elephant or whatever
Mm,
metaphor you want to go here. The snake pit that is the viper's nest that you're trying to get your enemy in also seems to be a great mating place for the snakes. Um,
yeah. Yeah.
so, I'm curious how this ties into Matakulombo and Gongobila and these kind of hunting and Kisi energy medicine that's there.
Mm.
How it ties into, fartura, plenty, prosperidade, um, and in this way. So, yeah, yeah, I guess all of that's fascinating to me.
I love the emphasis here on like working out not just what's going wrong, but like what can be done about it from the perspective itself, right?
Yeah.
Of what are the unhelpful thoughts? What's the loss of perspective? What? How are you hollowing yourself out? How are you evil eyeing yourself? Um, that's yeah. That's
And if it's the mirror, right, and the Gorgon is defeated by the mirror, if you hold a mirror on top, from the top of the hole of Justicia, it becomes Leticia.
hmm.
Like
Yep.
its reflection is its cure.
Yep.
Um, so there's something there.
For sure, yeah. Come back again to that Khalil Gibran quote about the depths of sorrow hollow us out to contain more joy.
Hmm. Hmm.
I've quoted that plenty of times, right? He talks about the wine cup that can hold more wine, and the instrument that the like guitar or the lute or the light, something with a hollow body that can then resonate with more volume and sweetness as a result of those kinds of things. Yeah. Definitely this huge interrelation with Laetitia and Tristitia for sure. Yeah, yeah, and it definitely like is relevant for that in European geomancy's take on Tristitia, having a lot more connotation around sadness, but also it's hinted at in some of the sources, and it's definitely been my experience and going back over notes and things that we're talking about how to have a an awareness as a diviner of how your client is going to take something. That Tristitia in the first can very much mark a client who is going to have proclivities towards concentrating on the bad stuff, concentrating on the worst take on things. Not worst as in like the stupidest, but the direst news is going to gravitate towards again the hollowing out of themselves by worrying about what's possible or what's not possible. Right. Again, that loss of hope, that loss of perspective, finding yourself in the pit, and also kind of digging yourself in deeper.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, it's an airy figure, so it's usually so it's there's this heavy melancholy quality to it. It's saturnine, and it definitely rules what excess melancholy does, from bodily dysfunctions to being a gravity of the grave that encourages hauntings of various sorts, but is also airy, is also about like the thoughts that are doing that, the anxieties that are doing that, the things that we are birthing in our own imagination that are that have the potential to torture and disempower us. Um,
So that ties into a good thing was born from a bad thing and a bad thing born from a good thing, where it's interpreted that a good thing, mind, is
mm,
born from it was born from a good thing, mind was born a bad thing, the undisciplined thought. But if the undisciplined thought is the impetus of something, then the need to correct it and amend it is the good thing that's born from it.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah. And that's like you said, historical cause and effect, right? Has
yes.
plenty of examples of bad things leading to good things and vice versa, as well as like remediation itself. The shift in perspective can be dramatic, right? It can be like it can be the pit of the open grave. It can be um, anything from literal necromancy, and I think about like the trenches that are dug for spirits,
Yeah.
for offerings and things, to fixating on not just loss in the sense of grief, but like unresolved loss that crystallizes and again hollows us out. But also it can be so it can be a terrible burden of like existential ennui and worries about mortality, but it can also be like an abstract Weltanschmerz, right? Of like the world sorrow that allows a clarity and a greater appreciation of the good things, and not just
Mm-hmm.
a numbing despair.
Yeah, it's interesting of having seen this because on the bell curve of things, one doesn't fall as many times, right?
Mm,
It's
mhm.
it's on the outskirts of what is going to fall for the average person. This bell curve of what are, talk
Right,
about the
that
ogres
in
of,
craps, two dice,
yeah,
two six-sided dice will produce seven more often than they'll produce two. There are more
exactly.
ways
And
to make that.
so
With 16 shells, there are more ways to make certain numbers than there are like one.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and the funny thing is with 16 shells, ostensibly there's on or off. So it should, if the shells were all even manufactured with 16 coins, it should be that the certain number that it should all be distributed randomly and therefore evenly in time, right? But this is
Yeah.
not what they have found, and this is that the diviners certainly built on this, that there is more lore around in Dilogun, which specifically reads 16 shells, but primarily it is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that are going to fall more than any other number, and
Mm,
specifically 5, 6, 7, 8 fall more than any other number. So the other ones on the outside, it's not going to fall, but 4 falls more than 2, and 2 falls more than 1. And like the closer they are to the edges, it seems like as if there's this like, oh, we don't go there. But
huh.
like 1 as the remedy here, or the examination of this, that sometimes when it comes in a state of you've incorporated that, because again, I think it's important to challenge this constant conception of blessing and like what is the opposite of that? Curse, unblessing? Like, is
Yeah.
the clients coming in curse? Sometimes, yes, but that's much more rare, right? We're actually trying
Yeah.
to diagnose like the greatest ebo is a change of attitude, change of behavior. It's the hardest one to do.
Mhm.
But that in ire, meaning to me again, I think the best interpretation I heard about this from was just it was a article by a person in Ishesha, so traditional Nigerian Orisha, that was interpreting um, ire as easy incorporation of the energy of this of the odu of the figure, if you will, or osobo or ibi, or ipi being a difficult incorporation. You're not
Mm.
going to learn this lesson easily. So that is what makes it hard because the energy must manifest, right? If we're talking about the wombs of possibility, that we know that this energy is around this person, it will play out. Certain things will be signs that this energy is there. We're doing the great petri dish experiment when we do divination, right? At least from the very African perspective.
Yeah.
Um, so in what is the ire? What is the blessing? What is the easy incorporation of this figure? Um, Part of it is I've seen it interpreted as the person subjugates their own sadness,
Mm.
and is living and is functioning, but is not necessarily seeing the root underneath things, um, or that other people don't value them. That
Mm.
that the spirit that is speaking is sad. The spirit that is speaking is saying you are not being given credit or due for what you're doing.
Mm.
So I again, because we talked about this as well. Like, okay, if it's the anima mundi or the spiritus mundi that is answering through geomancy, or the gnomes, or whatever this is, within Orisha, we have a very specific thing that is said to be responding. If it
Mm,
is Dilogun, it's usually Eshu, as the mouth of Eshu is pronouncing these energies that are coming through.
mm,
And some have even go so far to say is that the Lukumihu adds shells to everything. This is not controversial. I'm not making this shit up, and I'm not revealing any secrets that aren't talked about. That we added shells to everything. And some people say, well, is that the Orisha that's speaking there, or is it just the Eshu of that Orisha that's speaking? Doesn't matter. It all seems to work. But the idea that Eshu is the true owner of the shells in that way, and first mastered by specifically Obatala no Shun cults, which then, if you merge Obatala no Shun energy, you get Ifa.
yeah.
And Ifa speaking through the Ikin, but still has Eshu on the face of every Opon Ifa, right? So
Yeah.
Eshu is always there because Eshu is the standpoint between the balance of energies of right and left, of life and death. And so this notion that Eshu himself can say, I don't like what's going on.
Yeah.
The spirit that is the oracle says this person needs recognition. This person is not getting recognition. People are not valuing you. When do
Mm,
you value yourself? And so I think there is a notion here, by extension, at least in what I've seen from elders divining, and when this falls, that when it's in a place of blessing, that it's good to be pointed out when you're being taken advantage of. It's good to be pointing out when you are not valuing yourself. And there are other Odu that say this perhaps stronger, but I just
sure.
think it's worth examining again the hope at the bottom of the barrel that's here. You know,
Mm,
we're not lost. Hope is not lost. And just because you live in a world of reaction where you're at the bottom of the pit looking up at everybody that walks by like, why aren't you helping me?
mm,
There can be a certain entitlement that comes with this Odu, and that's something you want to combat and help
yeah.
the person kind of come to awareness of. Um, so yeah,
Yeah.
because it's not just always evil eye, right? It's not just always something crazy.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. 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 Mm.
Um, just looking at other notes here. Porous stones that filter water, you know,
What kind of
because we're
stones?
porous stones, so like
Oh,
lava
porous,
stones that
right.
that allow you to filter water. So things with holes that are good. Um, um, there's an Eshu born here that turns people upside down, flips them over.
Mm,
Um, uh, the things that howl. Oh, things that, that's interesting. You're being hunted, so hunt them back, put them in a pit.
mm,
Um, triplets are born here, interestingly. Don't know the origin of that one. Um, uh, and the word on earth, human speech is apparently born here. This is the tongue that
ah,
the first speech, not Obara as like flapping, arguing, dialogue,
right.
discourse, but like the first utterance is here.
Oh,
Um, and nomadic peoples. Um, yeah, things that are low to the earth.
right.
Interesting. Um, yeah, there's sadness here. There's a lack of fertility here,
Mm,
sometimes, and that needs to be heavily done, especially since divination, in at least in as I know it in classical Yoruba society, was gone to for the practical things. I'm not having babies. I'd like to have babies. Tell me how to have babies.
yeah.
Make
Yeah.
me fertile. My crops aren't growing. Make my crops grow. And I've talked about this with you and others many times. It's fascinating. I was just talking about this with Ingrid, um, in Brazil. I have clients. Most of my clients are American, notably because I'm an American. My clients that are from, especially Eastern Europe or Latin America, tend to view divination differently and are coming for different things. I get more general consults from people in Latin America, and Americans want to tell me who my spirits are and how to work with them.
Mm,
So it's witches and magicians coming for readings within Kimbanda,
mhm,
in the States. And there's now a curiosity that's growing in Brazil, that I guess not historically, but you used to hear like, that it was rarer for people to want to join any cult because the Tejedo system was like, do you really want to go live like it's 1850? There's no running water and you live with dirt. Like things have changed and there's very modern Tejedos and things like this. And but there is a stigma to saying, I don't know if I want to do that religious life. And then for people that live it, of like, you live that life really? Like you're detaching yourself from modernity and the blessings of modernity. which is like to have a temple is to suffer, right? It's what you're going to have to deal with a lot.
Mm,
Property is a difficult bitch,
mm,
and living communally is a difficult bitch.
mm,
Um, but it also allows for, if it's healthy, it's great. A, a model compound, and certainly in Brazil, one of the differences between Cuba and Brazil is that in Brazil you could run away and form that society again. You could form a small African village, quote unquote, that became the religious compound of the Tejedo.
mm.
In Cuba, it was a colonial city that had walls, and you had to recreate this in secret, not do your drums too loud, and disguise everything in plain sight because you could get raided.
Yeah.
So it didn't have temple compounds that flourished in the same way because you didn't just run away into the city outskirts. Um,
Right.
you were stuck in a colonial framework that they could find you. So things
Mm,
evolved to fit the needs of their times, and the Lukumi adapted to modern life very well because of it.
yeah.
Things can be hidden in plain sight in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Um, Whereas it's a very different thing to have a separate building for every Orisha in your life on a Tejedo and live with
Yeah.
40 other people. So
I do like that notion of the mirror of community getting to flip that Tristitia to Laetitia.
yeah.
We do see that when Tristitia is primarily thought of as the issue that we then need to mitigate against. A lot of anti-melancholy regimen type stuff, avoiding its most condensed gravities, like avoiding wearing black or hanging out in graveyards too much.
How
But
dare you?
yeah. Oh yeah. Western occultists love to hear that, right?
The sin of
Um,
restriction, the sin of empathy.
But
Oh,
a lot of those anti-melancholy regimens are about hanging out with more people,
yeah.
playing at honest amusements, as Michael McDonald put it, haunting light and lovely places, avoiding solitude, banishing gloomy contemplations, putting away dark and disheveled garb, eschewing black and mouldering settings, dressing gaily, seeking merry company. These kinds of things have a contagion as well.
Yeah.
And this is not the same as saying like, oh, just bottle it up or just smile through it or put some rose tinted glasses on. This is about genuinely being open to how it's not a distraction. It's living your life and filling it
Mm.
with things that you can focus on outside of digging yourself deeper
Hmm.
and more, and less lonely. Yeah.
That's interesting. So hmm. It's so funny, right? Because the nature of loneliness is there's this kind of nobility in it that some people will take, like the virtue of melancholy, right?
Oh
Of
yeah.
like trying to be like make a you're holding on to it so fast you're gonna make diamonds out of coal on your own. Um, but yeah, I'm just curious. I'm trying to figure out the next bridgeway here because I do think that there's almost something there with the Ace of Swords. There's almost something there with Coral.
Hmm.
Um, because okay, Coral. Coral is an easy one. If this is a hole that we
Hmm.
are in, and you're trying to figure out how to climb out of it, and it does take you have to climb out of sadness, right?
Hmm.
It's not, or people have to help you out, and
Yeah.
it's not comfortable because like that's your hole. That's where you want to stay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like don't help me out of my hole.
It's
But
familiar.
it's
I have a
familiar.
sense of control here in my powerlessness. Um,
Absolutely. It's turned on its side and it's the room that you retreat into and, live like a prisoner in.
yeah,
Um, I know that Carker is the jail cell, but that's because there's a door on it.
yeah,
Otherwise, if you open up that top point, Carker is Justicia.
yeah,
Um,
yep.
Despair is different from imprisonment. Okay, so coral, I guess, in that which falls down, right? That the blood of the Gorgon produces many things, um, including which is the notion that the blood of the decapitated head from the neck emerge Pegasus and Chrysaor, the giant, right? And
Mm.
so, but this notion of a horse makes more sense when she's, a horse herself or a part horse,
Yeah.
beast, and that giant is there as the horses of the earth in this type of like relationship to Gaia and the Earth Mother in this way. Um, but that coral itself is said to be Gorgon blood,
Hmm.
that drips into the ocean. And especially there, we're playing on red, the most reddest of corals, but there are many corals, orangish and pinkish, but it's in the red family.
Yeah.
There's
And the
also
red is
this,
certainly most highly like valued as a medicine
yes.
in European contexts at least.
Well, it's like whale meat, right? With like medieval mind of like it's in the ocean, so it even though it's red meat, it's not red.
Yeah, it's a
So
kind of fish for
somehow,
Lent, right?
yeah, and coral is like, oh, it's born of heat, but it's in the ocean and crystallizes into something that counteracts the evil eye.
Yeah, it's
Um,
red, but it's watery. Yeah, it's about good flow or about stopping erupting of red things. Yeah, yeah. It slows the flow of blood. Yeah, Albertus Magnus has all sorts of definitive proof that yeah, it's a blood stauncher. It cures madness. It brings wisdom. Allows the bearer to be safe from storms and to cross seas and rivers confidently. So yeah, it's very much about recentering from the storm of things, whether it's the eruption from inside outwards of a bad like bleed or of actual external circumstances of the unbalancing of the way life can go sometimes.
yeah, it's
Very,
within,
very highly tied to blood, right? Especially the red, obviously. So you
yeah.
get like the pata de sang, right? The necklace of red coral or a blood rosary, right? That's worn as protection specifically against hemorrhaging, but also you get like the coral rattles for kids. That we've got lots of depictions of because they're of rich people that had the money to paint their kids like that with these teething rattles that help the growth happen through growing pains, kind of thing. Yeah, that it's healing the blood, and as a result, healing everything that flows around you as well. Again, as a counteractant to all of Tristicia's hauntology, both like ghosts and anxiety. You get a lot of stuff about coral, like in the Speculum Lapidum, driving away ghosts, hobgoblins, illusions, dreams, as well as lightning, wind, and tempests.
Hmm. It's interesting. I think of like the Yoruba word for coral is iyun, but
Mm.
iyun describes red beads, like shaggy describes blue beads,
Mm.
and can refer to like again, we're going into color theory here, and then there's like white beads, right? So the primary colors being vibrant, pale, and dark, of white, red, and black,
Mhm.
conversely, but that bright colors like iyun, which is usually translated as coral now, their immortality, it's life, it's blood that flows and is crystallized to your advantage.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, it's it that there's a lot of folklore around that, but that I especially think of so coral is so highly prized and so valuable that the Oni of Ife, the king of Ife, has many jewelry ornaments, but there are coral nettings that are made into crowns for the queen and the king, and like these collars that are made of coral nets with like gold uh, beads as the like center of each net. And these are not worn publicly for two reasons: the weight and the fact that they might lose them. So in public, there are plastic versions
Huh.
that are worn. And in addition to this, when you go to West African stores that might sell some spiritual goods, you will see this very kind of reddish, pinkish plastic tube that signifies coral, and reddish, or excuse me, a bluish, royal bluish tube that signifies segi. And they're both plastic to kind of be like, oh, it's the token because it is the color that
Mhm.
is being accessed. And I think in the modern magical marketplace, oftentimes we still ascribe some magical virtue to things that are quote unquote natural, but it's
Mhm.
also helpful to understand that the color is that vibrancy is something we are drawn to regardless of whether it's quote unquote real or synthetic.
Mm.
Is a termite mound synthetic because termites made it, or is just things that we make synthetic when they're made of plastic? I don't know. Um, so the notion there that the colors themselves are the appropriate things there of like this activating and this not necessarily cooling, but mediating force that is dark, but also the dark blue of the ocean, of cobalt glass, of the wampum bees that were traded in, and you see these the material culture of religiosity is fascinating.
Mhm.
Um, but coral as um, preciousness, coral as averting evil eye, increasing fertility, increasing health, um, but fascinating, especially paired with averting the evil eye when we're talking about snakes, gorgons, Medusa, basilisk, and this thing that comes from the blood, especially branch coral, like when it really looks like a tree, is
Yes.
so highly valued. And there's that one beautiful jewelry piece that gets photographed a lot of, like the split gorgon neck with the branch coral coming out of it.
Hmm.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
just it's gorgeous.
Yeah. It's
And
Pliny's Natural History that specifically recommends branches of coral for prescribed for spiritual protection, especially like hanging it around the necks of infants and young children, a
mhm,
preservative against all witchcrafts and sorceries. Um,
mm,
Also, interestingly, often said to be specifically calcined by fire, and so reduced to ashes or powder and given in drink to drink in either water or wine for
mm,
various medical ailments, as well as a bunch of dispossessory work as well.
mm.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
that's, yeah, definitely dispossessory. I've heard that a lot in many cultures.
hmm.
Um, the
Yep,
returning the body to a healthy blood flow,
yep.
balancing things out. The great adaptogen that is coral. Um,
Mm, yeah,
uh, it's funny because you were bringing it up earlier, and I wanted to bring up hawthorn because I know we've talked about it before, but like again, that notion that hawthorn increases elasticity of the blood vessels. So if you have low blood pressure, it fixes it, but if you have high blood pressure, it fixes it.
yep,
And so
yep.
this was a mystery for a long time because scientists were like, you can't do both.
Right.
Or like,
But
in fact, it can.
but when you remember it's about balance and about
Yeah,
like elasticity of being able to be able to get you back to a healthy and dynamic equilibrium, then it totally
yeah,
makes sense. Yeah, 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 yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Increasing the faculty of the body, or whatever metaphor this is, to do what it does naturally as opposed to try and remedy the things flowing through it.
Yeah.
So like saying, oh, your blood arteries are clogged, we have to declog them. Oh, your artery, there's something else going on. There's not enough strength from the heart pumping things. We have to figure out what that is. But if you increase the elasticity of the blood vessels, suddenly it fixes itself.
Mm,
Um, and yeah, so there's something in there with coral and kind of the balancing out nature that the crystalline perfected blood in that way. There's also something interesting in that there is this lovely commodity that has been made of economic or not economic, well, perhaps, but environmental collapse in that white coral is sold as a semi-precious thing,
right.
which is really just bleached coral.
Hmm.
So coral that has died, and such a fascinating thing that the skeletal remains, which is the coral to begin with, but when it loses its redness to harsh environment, um, is now cherished as its own substance.
Mm,
Um, and so it's fascinating to consider here when we talk of coral, we are specifically talking of reddish incarnadine coral and the closest things to it, whether it's pink like Sardinian coral or orange, but that the rarities of things like blue coral, which exists, um, not as not as much folklore about it because it's
mm.
rarer and it's not bright red. It's blue and it's in the ocean. It's like, well, that's kind of cool.
Huh.
Um, and that white coral itself is, a second a second bet for coral. It's
It's been processed.
yeah, there's something else going on.
Mm, mm. Yeah.
Also, and then the kind of reddish notion there that if in Yoruba, if iyun is coral, that it also iyun all reddish beads. It also applies to like agates, carnelians,
Mm,
things like that. Even though those might have other words for them, the notion though of redness worn as a bead,
yeah.
and what is a bead but something that is pierced and strung, and to be worn, to be adorned with, to ornament. There's something there of the relationship to crowns and textiles and things like this. I was thinking about that with there was a woman on Instagram that I follow and she's looking at the figuring out how to play with African textiles from certain time periods and their European silhouette counterparts of like high fashion. because West African fashion specifically is usually about draping. So the fabric textiles are incredibly stiff, but are ornamented by beads and shells and intricate woven patterns. And you wouldn't cut that fabric. It's too valuable in its state of intricacy as a textile. And you would drape this over a person and drape it in different ways.
Yeah.
But it's very different than European, which became about silhouette and style, and not ornamenting. Like the beads and buttons and ornaments came later through interaction and trade. But the difference of the silhouette stays the same in African fashion a lot because it's a specific cultural adaptation of how something is draped.
Ah,
Um, and that the richness comes from the fact that you have 16 yards of this amazing fabric that is now draped all over you, toga style.
yeah.
And there's a difference there of wealth and how wealth is displayed versus the bustles and the voluminous amounts of making it seem like you have copious amounts of fabric, even when you don't.
Or
Um,
even of deliberately ruining them, right? A bunch of like
yeah,
medieval and early modern traditions of raising, of rashing, of like putting those the like lesser pre-distressed jeans look, but deliberately cutting cloth to show other cloth underneath, but like kind of on a level deliberately cutting it and ruining it so it can only do that thing. I have enough cloth that I can like tear it in interesting fabrics in interesting ways and patterns to show what I'm also wearing underneath, but also to like, yeah, embroider around those cuts and rashes and razors and pinking and all those kind of different terms.
pinking shears. Um,
Exactly,
I
exactly.
used to get very confused by them when I was little because they didn't cut the way I wanted, and then my mother was like, "Why are you cutting paper? I'm going to kill you." Um,
There's the fabric scissors.
yeah. Oof.
The worst betrayal. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess looking at that kind of coral and stingingness and something the blood, the venom that turns to life everlasting. Um,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. I love that point. And the only thing else I would say is that like there's this combination of it's like magic and medicine going on throughout coral that I think is important to talk about when we're speaking about the evil eye and about the venoms of serpents, but also of spirits and that which can infiltrate us in different ways. Like you see it being recommended to be especially combined with powdered coral with peony or mistletoe to be drunk with wine to drive away devils, but also hung about the neck. So we have like inside and outside stuff going on. But it's also just like one of the most popular um, medicinal things. It's imported as a drug across early modern Europe, well into the 18th century. It's amongst the most popular lapidary cures sold by apothecaries for like all kinds of medicines. And just like, yeah, I just want to make that final point about if we're talking venoms and stuff like that, there isn't a distinct that worker dispossessory workers, people who are trying to drive out bad spirits, are also utilizing like medical knowledge and to an extent vice versa, especially even amongst like skeptics, like say Lemnius, who are like these are about the imaginations of the devil is working through the imagination of the client, and that's why they're seeing ghosts. But we can still use the same remedies, explicitly including coral, peony, and mistletoe. Um, so there's like some companion pieces. But sorry, interrupting you. The way that this is both like just a practical medicine for bodily ailment as well as spiritual interference. I guess is where I'm going with that.
mm, mhm, mhm, mm. Well, I'm trying to loosely tie this to the Ace of Swords somehow. I guess like again because I'm gonna be coming from Baraja Española so much because it's the fun part of like I'm gonna change up tarot. But
Hmm.
this is one of the times where the two kind of overlap in a more interesting way, at least a little bit because they're both air,
Hmm.
for once, and as opposed to the great flip of coins and
And ones.
batons.
Hmm.
Um, but in tarot, Ace of Swords is kind of like the new beginnings, clarity, potential action, decisive action, let's say,
Right, based off
in the
a
moment.
certain rationality, a certain like fair judgment, even, right?
Yeah. And then reversed is kind of like the opposite, like confusion, difficulty in communication,
Yeah.
needing to reevaluate, impulsivity, to your
Mm.
detriment.
Hmm.
And there's the class side of it within Baraja Española of like this is the warrior class, because you have the nobility as gold, you have the cups as the religious class, you have the swords as the warrior class, and then you have the peasants with their sticks. Um, but Ace of Swords keywords, extremes and misfortunes, very strongly. Legal commitments, literally referred to as the razor's edge, for obvious reasons. Authority, force and fertilization, justice and binding under penalties. So legal commitments, but also just like threats of what happens here. And then reversed, pregnancy, multiplication, production, increase, magnification. It is bad upright, and reversed is, well, the sword is now doing something else. But the sword is still fertilization and force. You have been impregnated by the sword. Um, so I've also seen it done of like righteous justice. It can be in the reverse size too, of like causing the death of someone that causes problems for other people can be predicted in that. Um, Saints that are associated with the Ace of Swords very strongly, San Miguel, so Saint Michael, Saint James, especially Matamoro, the quote unquote more killer. So this is Saint James upon the horse that appeared as the leader of the Reconquista in Spain, and is the great apostle. Like his tomb is rediscovered, quote unquote, in Santiago, Compostela, out in Galicia, like right on the western edge of the part of Spain that is like the bangs of Portugal, let's say. Um, and the coast of death and everything is there, which was the site of a great pilgrimage. So Santiago is the cockle shell, the setting sun in the ocean, and there's this whole kind of comparing it to the Milky Way and this folklore around the Compostela, even though some people argue that blah blah blah. Big pilgrimage because Jerusalem is dangerous. Go to Spain instead. Very
Right.
common in the Middle Ages. Um, Saint Peter, uh, and Saint
Mm.
Paul,
I was going to say Paul
specific.
makes sense having a
Paul, well, Saint Peter with Saint Paul,
yeah, there we
but
go.
Saint
Okay.
Saint Paul by himself or with Saint Peter, but specifically because of the sword
Yeah.
imagery, and the dictatorial nature. So a papal decree is cups, but um, uh, the if it's a papal decree that causes damage, then it's Ace of Swords. It's like just the
Gotcha.
tongue that shoots out swords.
Hmm.
And occasionally Saint Barbara. If this is usually predominantly a very male oriented thing, so even though certain cards are associated with female saints in the swords, it is so primarily like this is the penis. And this is the penis that does things and stabs people and causes warfare, but also fertility. So it's there's a lot there that I can think is a little bit more. It's a little bit different than the standard Ace of Swords tarot interpretation.
Yeah.
It's a little bit very more male, conquering force, impregnating force, and I'm specifically finding how the kind of 19th century card manuals will exemplify it as negative when by itself and reversed as well if you consider pregnancy a positive, but
Right.
multiplication and increase being like conquering for the sake of getting land and resources is the Ace of Swords reversed. Um,
Hmm.
the Ace of Swords by itself is what falls for the people that are getting conquered. Um,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Be aware of the sword. Yeah. That's really interesting. Yeah. I wonder if there's something around because because fire is no longer the phallic one. We don't have as much of that solar phallic stuff with batons because they're sticks rather than wands. And maybe getting, maybe that's overly speculating here. But certainly those conceptions of like the legitimized violence that the law can wield. There are, some conceptions of justice as well, but it's normally framed as like this is determination and again like accurate judgment based off clarity and good good not just insight but analysis, right? Taking things apart, cutting through confusion and seeing them as they are. So that's whereas we yeah, we tend to see like yeah, the effect of that of those who wield those things on the people who are being put to the sword is a little different.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't really have much else. I mean, because it's interesting because otherwise the Ace of Swords in tarot is a very specific imagery, right? There's the little yods coming down. There's this crown.
The crown, right,
There's
right.
specifically in the kind of actions that are following with there, the root of the powers of air. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, like the air signs of the zodiac.
Hmm.
Specifically, I think it's uh, the first from the winter solstice to the spring equinox.
Ah, okay. Apps.
Specifically, yeah. But yeah, like outside of that, that's generally the time period that seems to be from notes here. But
Hmm.
um, operations can be great love and great hate. This is like the living dangerously type of thing.
Huh.
Some of us are just very Ace of Swords people. Um, but I guess positives, right? Like things moving quickly, things are exciting, everything is like getting off to a good start. It's a successful collaboration, successful relationships, and then on the negative, like things moving not quickly but too fast.
Mm,
Inability to like choose things. Indecision, right, is a wealth of decisions that you have to make.
yeah.
Um, a cut, an accident, uh, a wound, a puncture wound, very naturally, almost like the little Normandizing of the tarot there, of like, let's be very literal about what a sword does and is.
Yeah.
Um, but this kind of triumphant sword hand that appears from the clouds over the mountains with its, I think six little yodlets, like almost like
Hmm.
blood falling from it, and the palm of uh, victory there, I guess you could say.
Or divine
Uh,
providence. Yeah. I've heard the mountains associating that even in as beneficial places there, it can signify that it's also that like there's hard work, that there's sticking to your principles, that there's still like uphill to go, even though things will work out favorably.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. Mm.
A lot of links again with like the birth of the word when we start getting into like
Yeah,
Crowley's Thoth tarot, right? Um,
yeah.
that it's the logos, the blade in the Thoth tarot is inscribed with Thelema, with the word of the law,
Hmm.
dispersing the dark clouds of the mind. Um, and yeah, again we get so in Thoth tarot you get Crowley talking about it as the sword of the magus. And then elsewhere, I think what like book four, presumably, when he's talking about, he says the magic sword is the analytical faculty. Directed against any demon, it attacks his complexity. But the mind of man is normally so important to him that the sword is actually the largest of his weapons. Happy is he who can make the dagger suffice, right?
Hmm.
So there is even there when he's going into the grand mysteries and mysticism of the ruach and the interlinking of Tetheret of Tiferet and Keta, that there's like also this sense of this can also lead to some overthinking of to a hammer everything is a nail, to a razor sharp intellect everything is a thing to be cut.
Yeah. I mean, it brings to mind, right? The let the woman be girt with the sword before me, let blood flow to my name. Which
Mm-hmm.
is chapter 3, verse something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I used to be smart. And this interpretation, right, of like a woman who possesses her own mind and agency. The high priestess in Wicca, holding the sword, as originally would befall to a man, right? Like a woman with a sword is a specific visual image.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that kind of brings to mind that notion of the difference between a woman king that is called queen versus a queen who is consort to a king.
Right.
Um, and I just think about that with Camilla, right? Of like, what is it to be immediately the woman before you was Regina, and now you are consort. Uh, I hope it causes them all problems and weird identity issues. But um, but yeah, it's just that's fascinating. Again, Downton Abbey. Sorry, it's good for long flights. Um, uh, excuse me. So, Coral, I guess Clover and Faust are really our last. I mean, like Clover's kind of a sword,
Okay.
except that it's really cartomantically a club, right? That then the trefoil that comes from the baton, the flowering branch.
Hmm.
Um, so as far as something you can beat somebody with, sure, it's there. And what are we not if beaten by the Trinity? Um, um,
There we go. Yeah, yeah.
there's the mental gymnastics. Not
Hmm.
just one eye, but either three people sharing three eyes and those lovely overlapped, you know, I've
Gray
taken too
eye.
much acid things going on, or six eyes in one. It's the almost the Hecate of it all. Um,
I think there's a thing around like rather than it being snakes in the grass, it being like the source of blessings in the undergrowth. There's a bunch of stuff about like we can get into about the finding good things in a
yeah.
variety of ways, um, as well as again protective stuff, or bits of prosperity of again of being literally good against venomous things and the biting of things and snakes and so on. But I guess the most obvious thing to bring it back to is like the shamrock, right?
Hmm.
From Patrick and Patrick's Day and all of the the delights and debauchery of that. So we get the word shamrock from a Gaelic word meaning little clover.
Yep.
Um, and I've seen some botanists agree that shamrock refers to Trifolium repens or the white clover, but others have said it's used when referring to Trifolium dubium, or suckling clover. But either way, they're both generally, if the seasons are right, generally around on St. Patrick's Day. And
Hmm.
there's the notion that early Christian proselytizers, including but not limited to St. Patrick, used both the whatever is called shamrock and whatever is called clover, which is a bunch of different things, to
Hmm.
demonstrate the three-in-one notion of the Trinity. Um, and again, it's also said that snakes will not venture where clover grows, and so tied to this reputation of the snake driver.
Yeah, and that notion of the snake driver too is interesting because the whole argument for Clover coming from um the mythology with Hercules, right? And the three-headed club.
Yeah.
So the clava, the club, and it's the kind of three knobs of Hercules
Mm,
club. So Hercules as not an unknown Hydra tamer in his own time.
right.
Um, there seems to be a more than just Irish connection to it being weird with snakes.
Hmm.
Um, there's trefoils in interesting the conquering of evil spirits specifically, and then if it has four or five leaves, but you
Mm,
cannot hunt for it, is the
mm.
lore that seems to have been lost in the United States because that's what we're doing by buying, right? Is hunting and looking for. I'm going to find a four-leaf clover. You have to just casually find it and see it for it to
Right.
be lucky.
Mm,
Um, but clovers with four leaves, and this is some good protocol for Celtic lands. Dismantle the designs of the Fae,
mm,
and specifically four-leaf clover. And that I think it was Schulke talks about it as English folklore. I wish he had said from where.
mm,
Four grains of wheat wrapped in a leaf of red clover makes an excellent magical talisman to allow one to see the fair folk.
mm.
Um, so yeah,
Yeah, you get a bunch of counting of its leaves, right? One for fame, one for wealth, one for a faithful lover, one to bring you glorious health. Um, uh, yeah. By the 17th century, I know we get four-leaf clovers sometimes strewn in the path of a bride to provide her extra protection, not just in terms of like, here's good things, but also specifically protection from evil spirits on the day when all eyes are on her again. So we
yeah,
have that like little link back to spirits can also be around when people are consciously or unconsciously venting or, at a nice event and saying mean things under their breath.
yeah,
Um, yeah. Obviously, like associations with the cross itself. Um, and yeah, the thing that brings the find of fortune, again, as long as you weren't deliberately looking for it, right? Um, you find it for um, then the stuff about placing it in the shoe once you have it, right? To increase your
hmm,
chances of meeting not just a new lover, but a rich new lover. Find yourself a sugar person. Um, in 1620, John Melton writes about how if any man walking in the field find a four-leaved grass, he shall in a small while after find some good thing. So it's also like a portent of like something
Yeah.
else that is good. Um, yeah. I also came across some Eden lore. Hooray.
Yes, yes,
First,
it's there.
yep. Yeah. An old legend says that when Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden, Eve took a four-leaf clover with her to remind
Hmm.
her of the happiness she had enjoyed there. Consequently, finding a four-leaf clover becomes a sign of good luck and happiness. Anyone lucky enough to be in possession of a four-leaf clover has a piece of the blessed paradise. Love
Hmm.
it.
Yeah. I mean, and it makes sense too, right, with the four rivers and
Mm-hmm.
the way that it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
mm,
Yeah, it absolutely does. Yeah. Um, so I normally go through like Langham because he combines the medical stuff and some of the stuff around like warding off spirits and things. He's much more into um, about help against all venomous bitings. If you drink 3 drams of clover thereof with wine, it will suffer no venom to come within the body, and so helpeth both tertian and quotient fevers. Prevails much against poison and venom, especially if 15 grains of the leaves or seeds be drunk. Heals all wounds and cankers. Again, good against venomous bitings if leaves taken with oxymel. The decoction thereof with the root being also washed therewith. So, like using a bunch of the plant. Leaves and roots he also recommends to be mixed with treacles and mithridates and the preservatives made against poison and the plague as well. So we also have like the other kinds of contagion being dealt with.
mm. There's a lot of just Wiccan lore about Clover being tied from, yes, like Lady Day in this time of year,
Mm.
but especially Belton and Midsummer as like bathing in it in the dew on May Day, putting with like three clover in it, um, is used to keep you young.
Mm.
It's capturing the vitality of the and the warmth of the year through these early days of spring. It's also considered visionary and has kind of a reputation of, in a lot of the different books of shadows I've seen from the 70s and 80s, of being like visionary and kind of like a lesser cousin to mugwort, like not as intense, but allows for the enhancement of natural vision as opposed to visions to come.
Mm.
Um, and as such, because it enhances things and is kind of nutritive to the magical spirit, is something that you can consecrate. Anything copper, especially the pentacle,
Oh
and
yeah,
herb
yeah.
knives with, so that a simple way to consecrate an herb knife when you get one is to rub clover all over it, or if you have the oil, even better. Um, and is used for increase and abundance and prosperity and luck in general. Um,
Yeah. I've heard of red clover ritual baths for money and prosperity, but also as floor washes to again chase out evil and unwanted ghosts. And then you've got
yeah.
like white clover also used specifically for breaking curses,
Yes.
worn as a sachet or put in four corners of a house. So there's also a warding property again to it.
Hmm. And it's there's a lot of folklore too about like when sheep or goats are grazing on folklore. Wow, that's me. When they're grazing on clover, depending on the color of the clover, but for the most part, that it increases the fertility of the animal and protects them if it's eaten fresh out of the ground. Um,
Yeah.
but it's also a sweeter plant, and they just kind of gravitate towards it too.
Hmm.
Um,
Right. You get
no
the
judgment.
phrase living in the clover, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is said to be based on the idea of like cattle, growing best when they're grazing in those particular fields.
Yes. Okay, so the mysteries of the Trinity,
Hmm.
staying forever young, using the Gorgon face to ward the Gorgon face that produces coral in the reflection caught of the saints. I don't know. All of that together
Hmm.
somehow does actually remind me of Faust a little bit. The
Yeah.
quintessential craziness of Faust.
Hmm.
Um, I think one, I just like the idea of a really this is Faust is directly such a wonderful pop character
Yeah.
that then has grimoires ascribed to him, both before and after the popular like plays. Um,
Yep.
but it is another one of those ones where a folk character um, becomes unmistakably like just associated with magic and the kind of moral judgments about magic because
Yep.
Faustian deal is not considered good. Um,
Right.
you are going to end up on the bad side of it.
Hmm.
Um, and we brought up Faust a little bit with Erichtho,
Mm.
because she's mentioned there at the start of the Sabbath. But Faust, I also I will concede, as much as my fascination is there, and I'm familiar with the kind of literary sides of Faust. I also know that there's a whole quality of Faustian grimoires that are, um, to some of our discussions and discussions with other people, are really like the next rollover permutation of like Cyprianic grimoire,
Yeah.
and
There's
in the
some.
same way that Solomonic is there too,
Yeah.
but that Faust becomes a distinctly Germanic kind of ownership of certain ways of working and gets associated as much with kind of, I would say, in many ways, mainland Europe, Germanic magic as, D gets associated with British magic,
Yeah.
um, with like just volumes of woodcuts and the quintessential black magician. Um, so that is my preamble to say that I knew that Al can talk about Faust without prompt. I'm sad I gave you the prompt because I also know it means that you've researched for like 5 days because I know you. But at least it's a rabbit hole that I think you have fun going down.
Oh, I
Um,
did. I definitely did. Yeah. No, it's always worth going over these things. No, absolutely. No, this is a great tee up. Thank you. Yeah, that is something that we've often talked about before with like the shades of dead magicians and the umbrellas that things gather under them. These touchstones of things called Solomonic or Cyprianic or even Enochian, right? Outside of these particular things, the folklore of Dee as a famous magician or necromancer um, in a churchyard in Pendle or not, as the case may be. Yeah, no, absolutely fascinating interweaving of literary, let's call it what it is, early modern pop culture and or popular culture. Let's in the best ways, artistic expressions, philosophy and the moral philosophy of epistemology. Never mind like the theology of it all. Plus like some kind of historical figures, probably plural. Um, okay, so uh, hmm, a figure called Faust, a person, Johann, or maybe George, or maybe Johann George. Might be two people, might be the same. Probably born either circa 1480 or 1466. Dies circa 1536 or 1541. A figure also sometimes known as George Sibelius Faustus. In English, very simply, just John Faustus. Um, some kind of singular or plural German itinerant alchemists, astrologers, magicians of what sometimes is just called the German Renaissance, right? More well known as the protagonist of a classic German legend or set of legends based again on possibly a historical Johann George Faust stories that include expression in a lot of plays, as you said, even puppet shows, which we need to bring that back throughout 16th century Germany. That tell the tale of his Faustian bargain, right? We also get Christopher Marlowe's Tragical History of Dr. Faustus around 1592. And here this further enforces a cautionary tale about exchanging one's soul for knowledge and worldly pleasures. I'm definitely not the first person to point out that, like, Faust, it's not so much a story about, like, when you have infinite power, it infinitely corrupts in a sense of, like, he lays waste to continents and becomes a terrible tyrant. He, like, knocks the Pope's hat off. He wants to chat up like Helen of Troy. It's not
mhm.
there's a sense of like he's wanted this great power and then doesn't really and then kind of does like childish things with it, which again part and parcel of his downfall, right? He doesn't even do evil. He's not even a great tyrant. We get Goethe reworking that around 2 centuries later in 1808, and this casts him as a lot more of an intellectual yearning for something beyond the physical, which is really not the same thing at all, eh? Like that's very different from you've extended beyond the what mortal men should know, and you're power hungry. This is about he's grown tired of physical science and wants. There's much of a reflection of like what it is to have killed God and the rituals we do to replace him. There's other notable treatments like Hector Berlioz's musical composition, La Damnation, which premiered in 1846, and Franz Liszt's Faust Symphony of 1857. But what we can kind of wind back to say is that as early as the 17th century, it's even doubted that there had been a historical Faust. So as early as that, people are like, is this actually a guy, or is this just a bunch of stories people like to tell about what happens when magicians go bad, right? There are early attempts to completely discredit any idea of a historical figure by identifying a printer from Mainz as Johann Fust, and so this might be it's trying to work out if it's just a literary tradition, and on the other hand, we have records of activity well over like 3 decades, which offer, like I said, 2 birth years, 2 death dates, 2 recorded first names, the George versus Johann, 2 recorded places of origin in Nidlingen and Heidelberg or Helmstedt. And so it's been suggested that there were at least 2 itinerant magicians calling themselves Faustus or Faust active. One George, active around 1505 to 1515, and another Johann, active later in the kind of 1530s. Because we do have records of people being called Faust or a Faust appearing all over the place, either as performers of like magical tricks or like horoscopes, like we get in Gelnhausen, or over those decades, a bunch of different similar records, all spreading out over southern Germany. This person appearing as a physician, as a doctor of philosophy, as an alchemist, as a magician, as an astrologer, who is often accused of being a fraud, right? The church denounces people.
And a Protestant, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. A Protestant, terrible, and not just having sex with his students, but having sex with his male students as well, right? Thoroughly blaspheming, thoroughly in league with the devil. We have a letter to Johannes Wirdung from Abbot Trithemius from old Johannes, dated to the 20th of August in 1507, which warns Wirdung of a certain Georgius Sibyllicus, which Trithemius says is a trickster and a fraud, styling himself Faustus Junior, Fons Necromantorium Astrologum Majus Secundus, etc. And so according to the good abbot, in both Gelnhausen and Würzburg, Sibyllicus boasted of these, blasphemously of his own powers and claimed that he could reproduce all the miracles of Christ. And Trithemius also alleges that this guy had a teaching position in Sickingen in 1507, and accuses him of being a sodomite and of evading punishment as well, by escaping. I have been looking at this stuff, especially over the last couple years, with the excellent Brian Johnson, because we've been working on a particular Faustian grimoire, the Schwarze Rabe, the Black Raven, and it's a joy to work with Brian as just a really brilliant historian of necromancy, and offering this ability to cut through an awful lot of uncertainties and conflicting accounts to lay out things with this really great clarity. So I wanted to kind of like quote some of the stuff as as a sneak preview of the coming book, but also to give a bit more context on this kind of German folk necromancy. And Brian says it a lot better than I can a lot of the time. Points out that this literary phenomenon surrounding a German magician calling himself Faustus was also born in the town of Helmstadt, Bavaria, christened with the name of George around 1466. begins barely 2 decades after the probable death of this obscure historical figure in 1536. While it was a series of pseudo-biographical accounts published between 1587 and 1607 that brought the fully formed Faustus legend into print, the performance of Marlowe's Dr. Faustus as early as 1589 clearly indicates that the character and his mythos were already well established by this time. We're going to get this consistent theme that we don't get one before the other. They keep going back and forth. Again, popular culture informs what actual magicians do and vice versa, right? So already in the 1550s, you get these humorous accounts of Faustus's like putative exploits, right? Magical tricks where he gets the better of nobles and commoners, right? All kind of more in this vein of like the hilarity of the pity things you might do if you had like supreme diabolic power, right? Very traditional folk entertainment stuff. And they're being recorded in like regional German chronicles. By the late 17th century, you got popular presses packaging a variety of tracts with very different contents, ghost stories and wonders of the natural world, as well as almanacs and full-on like occult secrets, as well as the home remedies, right? The early modern equivalent of this one weird trick kind of stuff, books of secrets, natural science, natural magic into playing with each other, but also literature around Faustus specifically, which reflected and probably contributed to a certain degree of conflation between this kind of fantastical fiction and actual magical practices, at least in the public imagination, right? And this culminates in 17th century Germany with actual conjuring books in print as well as manuscript bearing the name of Dr. Faustus, right? And Brian says like the genre of practical magical texts attributed to, named after, or otherwise associated with Faustus doesn't really fully coalesce within the documentary record until the mid-1600s, by which point it indeed appears to have been heavily influenced by the popular magical handbooks of the preceding century and a half. So it's also not just one body of magic drawn from one set of folk tales. It's also drawing on wider magics and the ways in which conjuring was thought to be done in a range of contexts. And so we get, again, people try and map these like biographies and stuff. You get like Historia von Dr. Johann Fasten, published by Johann Spies in 1587, which is, Brian says, less a rigorously authentic portrayal of the historical nigromancer's actual career and more a product of the late 16th century vogue for Teufelsbuche, right? Featuring sinners brought to often humorous or ironic ruination. And so here we have the proliferation of Faustian grimoires that might have been a response to the Bibliothèque Bleue pamphlets, which had been surreptitiously trickling across the French border into German imperial territories, many of them bearing purported magical secrets. And here there's an extra layer of like, so these are supposedly magical texts, but are they real? And is this a con job? So there's another layer. Black magic, bad magic, always has a finger pointed at it as both evil and powers that man ought to have, and also false and deceiving and not real. It doesn't work and it'll ruin everything, right? Both of those things we get from Goetia itself in like in the 5th century, becoming a term for the kind of equivalent of like TV psychics, being replaced by the more noble priestly magia, right? There's been a hit job on this stuff for a very long time. But again, I'll finish quoting up Brian. I just want to like give him his fair due and give thanks for years of work that he's put in and put up with me going on huge tangents about ravens and things. He says, when we see, excuse me, when we see the fictional Faustus go to a crossroads in the forest outside Wittenberg to draw a circle where he summons a spirit who confronts him with all manner of terrifying phenomena, winds, phantasmagorical apparitions, pyrotechnics, until Faustus, quote, conjured him by his master, compelling him to fulfill his desire, we certainly aren't witnessing anything novel in terms of what one might find in many a 16th century grimoire. And then it's also important to recognize that the whole literary edifice of the Faustus legend was an organic outgrowth of a culture already thoroughly familiar with the idea of a black art book, right? You can't have this popularity without people knowing at least something about a commonplace idea of what that kind of magic looks like, and vice versa. The specific details of that are going to be as filled in by accounts, legend, darkly whispered secrets, as they are anything else. There's something of the basilisk here of like, how do you talk about forbidden things? How do you know how to transmit them, right? these deadly things that if you know them, they'll, send you mad, or Mephistopheles will come for you. Yeah, so a particularly fascinating figure in terms of like many magicians are larger than life in some senses, right? And come to take on to cast a far broader and blurrier shadow. But I struggle to think of one more blurry and adumbrated in dark imaginings than
Hmm.
Faust, in short.
It's interesting because the out of the like there's several figures of course that are associated with like grimoire magic in my head. But
Mm,
when you're talking about like let's say a big 3/4, and I'm including D in this because I still think it illustrates the point
mm,
of Cyprian, Solomon, Faust, and D.
mhm.
D is a folkloric figure, but because he was in, working for the greater nature of the British crown, is like also has as much heroic thing around him. Cyprian's a saint, and many people are like, does he exist or not exist? Doesn't, what, who knows?
Right.
Solomon is a king or potentially a hagiographic blur between a Kabbalistic magician and the king.
Yeah.
And so there's something there. And then Faust is just an average dude, scholar. And I love I mean, cautionary tale, yes, universally, and that's one of those wonderful things of I love the parallels that many people will draw with Dorian Gray,
Mm,
with Lord Henry Wotton in there. But Mephistopheles as a demon who, is created specifically for this legend in this way of yes, possibly not loving light, not loving or vapors arising from pools and caverns and like the Averno thing, the mephitic, but that
hmm.
Mephistopheles is also a pun, right? Like not loving Faust.
Yeah.
Um, and that side of it is I love that. And Mephistopheles specifically, right, when you look at the Praxis Magia Faustiana thing that you like the beautiful graphics, right? There's some really fucking amazing things in that 16th century kind of working of Hebrew, both readable and not readable.
Yep.
And the sigil of what's interesting, right? For Mephisto, looks like a four-leaf clover.
Hmm.
With its little holes of Justicia echoing below it. But and then the just it's a beautiful style that we see illustrated also later on in like the pseudo Faustian gnome grimoire look that happens.
Yes. Yep.
Um, that is just really beautiful. And Mephistopheles is as a character is very very evocative, right? And the Margarita, depending whatever, as this kind of tragic woman that's lusted over that plays into same narrative of Sabrina Justina or Thecla or any number of Beauty and the Beast metaphors that have happened before.
Right. Margarita's
Curious,
a pearl as well, right? As we've talked about
yeah,
before. Yeah.
yeah, and curiously, I would have loved to see the love story that was the gay version of Faust. That'd be great. Somebody
Hmm.
do that. Or just the pansexual Faust who's doing his best to be a magician in the modern world, even with the internet.
Yeah.
Um, but the kind of tying Faust into the witch's sabbat, which is not something the sorcery usually goes into,
Yeah.
that bridge because Marguerite must of course as a woman must be tied into the perversions and the voyeurism of the sabbat, thus giving a rictus monologue.
Hmm.
Um, and also Mephistopheles, one line in Shakespeare referencing it, kind of just as a pun, as a joke.
Hmm.
But otherwise, Mephistopheles is other than modern comic books, um, uh, is exclusively Faustian.
Hmm.
And I love the idea of a demon that's designed, like if we have a guardian angel, like what's the demon that's assigned to us? And in this case, like not a fan of Faust is following him around. Also relevant to Kimbanda, right, is the use of woodcuts and existing statuary to be uh, demonically blurred into the various cachizos of Kimbanda, where Mephistopheles is specifically used that one where he has kind of got hands, and he's kind of like a curved exclamation point, very tall and kind of off to the side. This is associated with Mangueira, Eshu
Yeah.
Mangueira. and Mangeta becomes this kind of Faustian character where he has the long mustache
Hmm.
of of Mephistopheles and very good at pacts, but also kind of quietly watching and not necessarily evil, because Mephistopheles distinctly talked about is that his job is not to tempt people. He's the deal. Like, this is what you wanted.
Yeah.
This is I didn't goad you into anything. You wanted this. You wanted power and knowledge, and you just shitty. Like,
Yeah. You
you
called
know,
me.
yeah, we know. The that adage, right? Exactly. Who called who here? Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
and so agent of Lucifer, yes, but it's still I enjoy the intelligence of the devil or Mephistopheles specifically in the depictions. And Faust is really self-important in the
Yeah.
literary the repertoric traditions
Yeah.
there. And so I think it's fascinating when you sell just like a book of Cyprian in Mexico, Ciprianillo can be the Heptameron just kind of dipped in Cyprian sauce. That to label a book as Faustian, of like this is the book that Faust worked his magic with, is a brilliant selling title. It's like slapping Lenormand on some coffee tea leaf meanings and making a whole new divination system attributed to someone who never used them. Um, and that's not to say, maybe Faust does have a super secret grimoire out there,
Hmm.
and also the key to my pronunciation. Um,
But it's also a heavy parental advisory sticker so that my
yes.
teens will buy it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And specifically, Mephistopheles' link to the Franciscans is always fascinating to me, which I've loved since high school.
Hmm.
That he comes in the form of a Grey Friar
Hmm.
in a later version. So, I love that there's this perpetuation of like Faustian narrative and little adventures of Faust that are published in little chapbooks,
Yeah.
as well as like this spells from Faust, that it gets exhibited in later folkloric collections of random folk magic.
Hmm.
Um, so. Yeah, all of that is, I'm glad, and I'm looking forward to the release. I know it's been a long time coming, and has spawned a lot of other really fruitful work for you too. So that's
Yeah. Yeah.
working smart. Tame that Hydra.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. The talk we did a couple of years back for Salem Witchcraft and Folklore Festival, which I believe is the recording is still available from their archives if people are interested. We literally called it a many-headed raven. Yeah. So the book is with that I worked on with Brian is currently on out in pre-order through Hadian. Should be seeing it in like a couple months in the real world, which will be lovely. And yes, it's a look at a fresh and maybe first English translation of the Darmstadt manuscript of the Black Raven, but it's also allowed us to have a kind of conduct some study on early modern and 18th century and later kind of Germanic aspects of folk necromancy more broadly. And it was great to get to ponder and reflect on what it says about how we attribute authorship, patronage, um, etc., um, to these like master magicians or these big ancestor magicians, right? Um, Wider questions around dead magicians and their grimoires, like are Faustian texts just those that mention Faust? Are Solomonic grimoires just ones that mention Solomon? Or are there operative craft logics or even just styles that are particular to Faustian magic? And the more I look at it, the more I think that along with saying that like it's a bunch of things and it's a lifestyle baby, like it's a it's a bunch of different trends and popularities and it's doing a bunch of different things sociologically and intellectually and as well as magically. There are also some unifying points to the grimoires we can think of as Faustian. They're often at times a little more stripped down than more complicated formal grimoires, although there are some formal ones there. Is often a bit more self-conscious, like nigromancy of like black magic of wearing black robes or the white plain white or the white robe of a priest is also found. A lot of black on black materia using raven's blood ink on like black sheep's on black goat skin and things like that. Um, Often less prolonged operations to make stuff. Also, although there are some very long conjurations as well in some texts, but some texts get very witchcrafty as well. Um, Whether that's like very specific instructions around, so less stuff about like making a thing over weeks and months and years, but definitely stuff about using executioner swords or candles that sat at a dying person's bedside and things like that. Common techniques of like fishing for spirits with their sigils attached to the rod that you dangle outside your circle. Um, More common to find sigils of spirits used like that, very a la early modern English Goetic Lahmans, right? Those seals of the 72 were like often said to be worn around the neck to ward from that spirit as much as drawn on the ground and said to appear there. And they're used more often than like singular summoning seals of Solomon, although we do get those, especially like the whole collections of like the Seal of Solomon, the Mortagon of Solomon, the Pentagon of Solomon. A fascinating overlap of where Faustian stuff can also include Cyprianic stuff is coming across a bunch of material in the Nigromantische Kunstbuch that directly down to the, albeit through a couple of language jumps and translations, is pretty much directly the text of the Art of Cyprian, which the 17th century English document on building a mirror of the four kings that I did a pamphlet for Hadian on as well. The same stuff is coming up in this German context. They are adopting Cyprianic stuff within a wider corpus of like, of course, Faust used Cyprianic stuff as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
These aren't
Yeah.
these aren't
It's his
like,
lineage as a sorcerer. It's his
yes,
access.
exactly, and it is yours too, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, because we go forward and we go back. Like some of the names that you get mentioned as other dead magicians to conjure by include not just like Alexander, but Aristotle, right? That one of the original Secretum Secretorums is said to have been written by Aristotle, right? Again, a famous person already. That's an interesting distinction there.
Illuminati all the way down.
And Illuminati all the way down. The hierarchies of these demons get really interesting as well. As you said, they owe as much to like Hebrew sources, like and folk magics like books of Moses, as well as earlier keys of Solomon. So yeah, we see more like El and El suffixed spirits that sound like angels but definitely aren't. Apudiel, etc. Even Mephistophiel, you see as a form. But there's also a huge influence from like Honorian texts, like the Liber Juratus. So it isn't that they're unaware of like complicated medieval magic. It's being streamlined very often. And that's particularly the case with the Honorian stuff with like planetary spirits for timing and so on, along with like spirits of the hours and stuff. You do get some longer and more formal grimoires like the Magia Naturalis, but they have a lot of three-layer, sevenfold hierarchies of like kings, princes, and officers. Arguably more than, but not unlike, the Grand Grimoire. And I think comparisons with the Bibliothèque Blue stuff is really important. Also, like the wider hierarchies in these texts actually, which can include, titles like counts, counts palatine, prince electors, and so on, they tend to be a bit more organized than the assortment of aristocratic titles you get in, say, like the Ars Goetia. There's a clearer sense of like these seven are under these seven, rather than just like, oh, this guy's a marquis, this guy's an earl, but how do they relate to each other? Also often shows that like explicitly that a particular spirit can have multiple titles or positions as well. So not just a debate about whether this spirit is a marquis or a president, but like turns up in both places, right? The sense that spirits again can wear more than one hat. Some of them, like I say, the Magia Naturalis in Naturalis is long and more formal. Others, like the Black Raven, are a lot more like skeleton crude. Here are a few important spirits, but others exist. And that's even more the case with the practicality of the Raven, because it has this continual like thing where it says do your usual, right? It starts with when you have consecrated your circle. It doesn't give the circle consecration. It's not a 101. It expects you to already be doing a bunch of conjuration and know how to consecrate your circle and candles and things. And so that also gave Brian and I a good opportunity to be like, okay, given someone in very late early modern 18th century, 19th century using this book, what's the wider Faustian milieu of texts that do contain circle consecrations? What might their usual have looked like, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Do the usual.
yeah, I find that fascinating, like, and really helpful for getting a sense of the context of this thing, and that like just because a grimoire doesn't contain absolutely everything you need doesn't mean it doesn't work or is broken or incomplete. It might just assume you know what you're doing. Imagine that. Um,
Mm. Yeah, dare I invoke the name? Oh, that's rude. Um, but mixed book, right? But Secrets of the Magical Grimoires.
mhm,
Um, One of the things that Aaron does mention is the ignoring of just psalm numbers at the top of workings, and specifically Book of Common Prayer references. That is one of those things of like, this some of these things were just this was part of everyday culture.
yeah,
It's you don't have to tell a Catholic kid the act of contrition.
right.
You hear it and you can start saying it, even if you can't do it cold. The minute you start hearing somebody say it, you're going to be able to do it.
Mm,
And so, do the usual in the usual manner is both a wonderful way to not have to write everything down in explicit detail,
mm.
and also to ensure that people have no idea what the fuck you're talking about in 400 years. Um, and
Yeah,
so it's like
yeah,
the ultimate blind of like not even trying to be an asshole, but like everybody knows how to wipe their ass.
yeah.
And then you're like, they don't know how to use the three seashells.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. There are some like outright mysteries in the Black Raven as well. There's a bunch of cryptograms which are usually inserted in between, funnily enough, the conjuration or speech acts. And initially when I was looking at them, I'm like, what sigils are these? But there's loads of them, and it looks more like what cryptograms are used for, which is a conjurer's mnemonic device. They look like scripts, those things, those particular squiggles or glyphs could be particular syllables. The Raven does have some stuff about you should be able to copy your stuff into your book so that you can read it by guttering candlelight. Um, but they could also be whole fragments of speech. The way the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost gets like shortened into a thing, right? Gets acronymed and things like that. And so they're likely that they're likely the not secrets in the sense of like the dark thing that if you open will kickstart the chevrons of the ninth gate, but like the conjurer's notes that are still contained there, and until we have more manuscripts by that particular Raven scribe, we're not certain what they're saying. But we do
mhm.
know that they're almost certainly connected to how to memorize your prayers and your conjuration acts. I mean, that's not to say that there aren't conjurations written out as well, but that they're included in that way. Yeah, like you said, there are secrets there in plain sight, which
Mhm.
we also included for enterprising folks that want to get all cryptographic and code breaky and goetic national treasure about it. I think overall, like
And frankly, we just to rule out we can't rule out a good doodle.
no, no, nor should we, right? Yeah, again, back to D and like all of his like little doodles of ships on fire and stuff in the margins.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
Like if
Overall,
you
like
handed D a Sharpie, he'd be drawn all over that bathroom stall.
yeah, yeah. Never mind, like Da Vinci and stuff, right?
Hmm.
Hmm. Marginalia and what we underline and rubrics and things like that. Yeah,
Cats,
yeah.
rabbits, and snails. The demons
Right, right.
of the marginalia. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see that thing about fighting snails and all the different things that they might represent? And just the fact that they're a tradition of people doing it longer than people can remember what it's for. Yeah, wonderful. Love it. Yeah. Again, in and out of literary text and paratext. There we go. That's the term I was trying to remember. Which doesn't
Mm-hmm.
just refer to like letter to the reader or appendices, is also like, yeah, marginalia, rubrics, and things like that. There is this real sense in looking at that stuff that there is this, whether we're talking about like do your usual, whether we're talking about, oh, there's a spirit I recognize next to a spirit I don't recognize. There's this rearticulation of the familiar in different configurations across these like early modern and late early modern and 18th, 19th century like goetic corpus of this
Mm-hmm.
stuff. And again, like it looks, I want to say idiosyncratic. It looks particular, but and a little unusual maybe, but it's not. But like again, I'm finding that like folk nigromancy is kind of usually unusual, right? In some sense, there's some familiar stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, that spirit, but like in a slightly different position or with a different emphases of their powers or things like that. And so again, seeing that there are both contrasts and comparisons to be made, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully that people get to do their usual with the eminently practical sort of like set of um, nigromantic toolkit that the Black Raven kind of is. One of the other features of like Faustian texts more generally is they tend a bit more to mention the dead, the haunting ones, the Stammgeist, which again Brian's done some excellent work on, looking at what they are and why they're there, which is also linked to the amount of treasure hunting you find in a lot of Faustian texts. Again, like the Bibliothèque Blue stuff.
Hmm.
Um, so yes, we could say, oh, it doesn't have an exhaustive list of exactly how to consecrate a candle. We've kind of like tried to show some examples of comparative Faustian practices in the wider milieu of that stuff, but also it ports into someone's extant practice a lot more easily, right?
Hmm.
You don't have to
Hmm.
build a whole bunch of new tools necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, there's this lovely hipster impulse that we have of like it's not cool if it's popular, but at the same time, it's really worth looking at into why things are popular.
Yeah.
And the trends of things of like just the same way hipster influence there, the hipsteritude of it all of wait 30 years it'll be popular again,
Hmm.
or 30 minutes on the internet. Um, but yeah, no, it's interesting. And Faust just has such a weight to it in a way that many things do not. So, which again is uh, both the archive and the repertoire coming in, right? Like you know the myth making of popular media and plays and operas in it only reinforces the magical value of claiming that name.
Yeah.
As teacher, as literary, you know, a Faustian book, a Faustian grimoire, and thank you for trying to figure out the markers of what exactly a Faustian marker grimoire or Faustian magic is, because it was like 10, 15 years ago, you did hear these terms more kind of, oh, there's these a whole bunch of books that are just not as translated into English that uh, I'm sure it goes on everywhere. I'm hyper aware of it within the Anglosphere of American magic, of when something gets translated, somehow it seems like it's the first time anybody's ever heard of it, because it
Mm,
literally is for many people.
mm.
But there's still this kind of disinheriting the fact that like, no, you have been in ignorance of this thing. That is not the same as it is you know,
Did you
the
discover it,
yeah,
or did you
yeah.
finally start paying
Um,
attention? Yeah, yeah.
which is such a funny thing when we like, oh, do you know what I discovered last night? And it's something on Wikipedia. And you're like, it is. It's like, I have found a new land and I am its king. Um,
The
oh man.
apprehension, the grasp of knowledge that I've
Yeah,
seen the thing and now for want to touch it and hold it in my palm,
that's right.
and squeeze it for all of its delicious
I'm an ace of
brain
swords this
juice.
shit up, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm
Um,
gonna cut it up on my plate and consume it and spew its fertilizer all over everything. Yeah. Yeah. The gristle of meaning that could be chewed but never passed. Yeah.
but
Uh
easily choked on.
yes. Yep.
Um,
Yep. Yep.
oh,
Yeah. Biting off more than we can chew. Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
on that notion, it's all, you know, the 3-in-1 and the shamrock or four leaf clover for fairies or
Mm-hmm.
five leaf for something else. I don't know. Uh, but somehow this all started with the Feast of St. Patrick. So I'm gonna say that that's good. It's just that, you know,
It's almost like we said,
I
oh, here's a big topic with a lot of ideas and a lot of themes. Speaking of big topics, like, oh,
yeah.
you think
You
that's
know though,
confusing?
but big topics are much easier to research
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
and much more joyous to weave the threads through.
Hmm.
Um, because whatever minerals we have coming in the next few episodes, we're fucked. You're
We've
gonna be
done a lot
like,
of the big guys already,
it's
right?
blue.
Yeah.
That's gonna be what we talk about. I like blue rocks.
It got
You?
confused with another blue thing that we've talked about in four other episodes.
On that note, you know, in the Ouroboros of time, that is recording and release and everything. Um, thank you, Saint Patrick,
Hmm.
for alcoholic debauch in your name. You know, the Lenten Mardi Gras, if you will. Um, uh, Apep, Apophis, did, may have been driven out of the Duat, but is still there every night because obviously St. Patrick didn't go to the Egyptian afterlife.
Right.
Um, and something with Clover and goats and I don't know, the evil stink eye of Sauron that is at the bottom of the snake pit of Tristicia.
Hmm.
Um, and the ladies of fresh water that have water snakes coming from their nether regions that cools off the gaze of the basilisk and sends the sword of the conquistador to go command the spirits of the new world to I don't know. This is wow, this was bad. Um Sometimes it works and sometimes it's just like, are you high? I ask myself as I'm talking, and I wish that I was. But no, this is the poetry that the good Lord has seen to stick me with today. Um
Cutting with the
but
sword of the tongue. Yeah. Cuts
Yeah,
both
yeah,
ways.
but
Yep.
yeah, the paper cut sword of the tongue that is just like, you got to lick it a lot of times to get through, do anything.
Hmm.
Um, Pour a little lemon juice on it.
Just
Um,
once.
so, yeah, but it has been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you to
Thank
you,
you.
dear listeners. Uh, yeah, thank you. Please,
If
do
you've made
come.
it this far, stay tuned for the second part of the episode. I'm just kidding. Um,
And another thing.
yeah. Um,
Going from
but
going from occult Gilmore Girls to occult Columbo. Just one more thing. Uh,
Oh yeah, yeah. We're at the Gilmore Girls movie now. We're like, hey, or maybe we're Gossip Girls now. I don't fucking know. Um, but we do speak quickly, but we are getting better about at least understanding each other.
there's some, yeah, there's, ebbs and flows. Some points where we get, a little more deliberate or
I also found it
deliberating.
humorous that you were worried about the sheer amount of alcohol at a St. Patrick's Day in New York, when having been with your family, I can't keep up under the best of circumstances and fall asleep in the pub and get yelled
Yeah.
at.
The
Um,
alcohol was not the issue. In fact, that was like, oh no, I know my limits. I'll be fine. It was the literal thronging. Like it was like when it was like Padstow, those those
ugh,
tiny village Ginnells and Snickets and stuff, and you've got a parade of thousands of people trying to get through. Like just the sheer claustrophobia of it was more the thing. I couldn't even get to the bar. That's the tragedy here, really. That's the twisted serial this.
yeah, yeah.
That is
I'm at the
truly the
bar and it's
greatest
like,
tragedy.
are you
Yeah.
sad? No, just give me a beer. You want out of the hole? Nope. As long as you keep bringing the beer down, I'm good.
Yep, there we go.
Oh God.
So much patrician cheer and not a drop to drink. Yeah, etc.
Yeah. May all your rivers be green. May all your weeds be clover.
Mm,
May all your tristicias be but a rainbow reflection away
mm.
to positiveness. Wait, that killed it. Nope, still can't do it. Um, I am Apep. Fuck you all. I am the basilisk. I am the evil eye. Um, I am Patrick, and you are the snakes. Um, and with that, dear listeners, happy Feast of St. Patrick. Thank you for listening. Check us out, radiofreegolgotha.com and our Patreon of probably searched for by the same term, Radio Free Golgotha. And check us out at Dr. Alexander Cummins. I always ask you every single time.
No, confusing. That is the Patreon. The website is
Patreon.
just, yeah.
Okay.
Patreon
And the website
is
is
just
Alexander
Alexander
Cummins.
Cummins. I need to grab that other one as well. So then it can
Yeah.
be both.
Drax
Por qué no es vos?
Alexander Cummins.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and
For
Jesse
Alex.
JesseHathawayDiaz.com.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you and help make better poetry than I just did, please. Um, but in a world where humor and enjoyment is an active resistance, I resist you, Dr. Al, and
I
a
resist you too.
oh, thanks.
Which
Good
is the
night.
Faust, which is the Mephistopheles? Let us.
Um, which one is the Faust and which one is against Faust? Oh, I am both, my friend. I am both. Have we learned nothing? There is no enemy greater than myself. Um, that was both more serious and more humorous than I perhaps intended. So dribble on, babble off. Happy Feast of St. Patrick, and it's a pleasure, Al, and we'll do this again soon.
Absolutely. Cheers. Thank you. All right. Cheers, everyone. Take care.
Bye bye.